Okay, and let's see here. Good morning. If you want to find your ID badge there on the corner of my desk, and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. And we are live. All right. I'll just get my pen. Good morning. If you want to find your ID badge here, and then just have a seat anywhere where there's books. Okay, we're just waiting for everybody online to join. Good morning for all of you joining virtually. Okay. Good morning. Hi. How is everybody today? Good. Anybody stressed? A little bit? I'm going to make this super easy. As long as you stay reasonably awake, you'll get through it no problem. Okay. The first class is the most important because we're going to be laying a foundation that we're going to build on in future classes. So today it really is kind of important that you get pretty much everything that I say. We are live streaming. This will be available to you after class for review. I'm going to send you an email with the link and some other information as well, a wrap up from today's lesson. But you can click on that link and review today's live stream from this particular class. Okay. So first things first, this is a listing, has your name and your email address. If you can verify that everything is correct, if it is in this box right here, just put okay. Okay. If it's not, use this box to change whatever it is I need to change. Sound good? How many of you guys got my emails? Everybody? Okay. If you have not been getting my emails, that means that there's a problem with your email address. And I do have one on here that there is a problem with. So just make sure that everything is correct so that you get all of my wrap-up emails. And if you need a pen, let me know. Anybody need a pen? Pen? There you go. You're welcome. All right. Couple housekeeping issues before we get started. I'm not sure why I have to point this out. It's a small room, but in case of fire, flood, or other emergency, your exit is there. I don't know why I have to point that out, but the fire marshal says I do. If that exit does not work, you need to go through the back door. That back door will let you out. It won't let you back in unless you unlock it first. So unlock it before you go out. Good morning. You can find your ID badge here on the corner of my desk, and then just have a seat wherever there's books. Temperature in this room, there's only two, hot and cold. That's it. There's no middle ground. I do have the AC on. It will take a few minutes to cool down because we do have a over full class. So all this body heat is going to keep the room a little bit warm for a little while. It will cool down. When you start to get too cold, somebody throws something at me because my perception of temperature is going to be different than yours. I'm up and moving. Okay, good. Makes sense? Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right. You can eat and drink in this room. I don't have a problem with that. Just clean up after yourselves. If you, I got it. Yeah, you can't reach that. Oh, that's cute. If you have liquids in a cup, make sure you dump the liquids out before you throw the cup away. Okay. We will have a break, about 15 minutes, somewhere about halfway through. It varies. No set time. It just depends on when I get to a stopping point. During break, 15-minute break, you're free to leave to go get something to eat or drink if you want. That's fine. No problem. If you're a little late coming back, that's okay too. Just when you come back in, I'll start teaching on time. But when you come back in, just try to be quiet when you re-enter. Sounds good? Any questions? Everybody good with that? Cell phones need, I got to do this. Cell phones need to be off or on vibrate. I have a ton of information that I'm going to be sharing with you. And I do it all from up here. I've been doing this for 18 years, kind of know what I need to say. But if a whole bunch of cell phones go off, it makes me lose my place. So cell phones off or on vibrate. All right. So is everybody ready? Get started. Okay. So you got a whole bunch of books in front of you. We're going to go over that in just a little bit. We're going to jump right into the instruction first. Let me tell you a little bit about who I am. My name is Patricia Laramie. I've been doing this class for about 18 years now. I am full-time in education. We are very small in Spring Hill, but we are very big internationally. We have over 130,000 subscribers on YouTube and over 35 million views. We are the #1 CNA preparation channel on YouTube. I wrote a book. This book, you have a copy of it. This is your book. You can write in it, make notes in it. This book is the 3rd most used textbook in the country for CNA training. So you're getting the information from a reputable source, okay? I am known as the subject matter expert on prometric testing. I didn't set out to get that title, but over time, researching the testing standards to make the program a little bit better for you, I amassed a lot of information about prometric testing, and now instructors come to me all the time with specific questions about testing. Evaluators come to me too with stories that I'll be sharing with you as well. So we're going to progress through this course in a very structured, linear way. I'm going to explain something. I'm going to explain what it means, how it's relevant, and then later on, we're going to build on that principle. So if you fall behind, it's going to affect your ability to stay caught up with the class. So try really hard not to fall behind because we do build as we go. Sound good? Sound good? Got a ton of resources for you. I'm going to make this super easy. Normally I go around and get your names, but there's just too many of you guys. So we're not going to do that today. It will take me about 4 weeks to learn all of you, and then you're gone. So I just learned everybody's name from the last class, and now they're all gone. So it does take me a little bit of time. I will ask you periodically, what was your name? What was your name? Because I'm trying to get it stuck in the brain. Brain's a little older now. It doesn't work quite the way it used to. All right, so this book is going to be yours. We're going to use it in our training. You do have another book. We'll talk about that later, but I want you to know as we jump into this that you can write in this book. It is yours. The other book you'll be returning to me on the last day of class, so don't write in that one. Okay? So we're going to open up to page 17 in this book. Those of you online that are joining us, the book can be purchased here if you don't have a copy of it. Oh, thank you. Very good. Kira, where's Kira?
I'm right here.
Kira.
That's my email, but it did say it was bounced. So I don't know. I can give you another one.
I was going to say, do you have another one? Can I get you to write it in? Because my system won't send it once it bounces.
Okay.
It won't send it out because it's your mailbox might be full.
Yeah, I just had to upgrade my iPhone.
Yeah. All right. So if we go to page 17, you're going to see this page. So every principle that we learn in here is going to have a page like this. So I just kind of want to go through the basics of this so you can kind of get an overview of how this is laid out and what it all means. You don't have to memorize this. It's okay. but it will make it easier as we go through if you kind of understand the format. This course is based on principles. There's 11 principles that you need to learn, and we're going to apply them to all kinds of skills. So think of these as building blocks, okay? There's 11 of them. They're taken from something called best nursing practices. So this is universal. Everybody has to apply by these rules, okay? So think of them as rules. There's 11 of them that we're going to learn. We're going to start out with the very first one called skill rules. Now you can see all 11 on the back wall there. We're going to learn all of that before the midpoint of the class. So it looks like a lot, but it's really not hard to learn as we go through. That's probably the most challenging part for you guys, is you're expecting it to be hard and I'm going to make it easy. And then you're going to wonder, I didn't have to work at it. Does it really count? It does. Okay. I'm just going to present it in a way that makes it make sense. Okay. So the first thing you see here is the skill rules banner. It matches the one on the back wall there. And it tells us 4 specific things about this rule. And we're going to learn this as we go. I got a video I'm going to show you. But this applies to every single skill that we're going to learn in class. We are going to learn 20 skills to be able to perform 3 for the state exam. So on the state exam, these are the 20 skills that they have to choose from. And the computer is going to pick 3 of those for you. We'll talk a little bit more about the exam coming up in a little while. There's a formula that they use, but understand that these are all the skills that we are going to learn that you could be assigned to perform for the state exam. And the skill rule is how all of them start. Okay, so this one's a really important one. Now, at the bottom, you'll see a video clapboard, one of those things like from a movie. This tells you that I have a video for this. Now, in your wrap-up emails that you're going to get after each class, I'm going to give you the links to these videos. Now, I'm not going to show you this one in class. I'd rather talk. So you can watch that video on your own. I'm going to give you all the information from the video, but this is a good review for you. And again, I'll be sending that link out after class. This we're going to talk about in just a little while. So we're going to learn all 4 of these. And in order to learn it, I'm going to show you a quick video. That's how we're going to start. Feel free to nod off at any point on anything else other than this video. This video is the most important thing that we go over, because this is what's going to tell us what to do with every single patient you ever encounter anywhere. So super important. I took notes for you. You do not have to take notes in my class. I've done it all for you. Notes are going to be on page 18. Okay, good. Good. All right. The video is going to talk about activities of daily living. And I just want to point this out because it's not with that section. I put it a little bit further back in the book. So when the video talks about the activities of daily living, the notes for that are going to be on page 89. Now, on your syllabus here, the syllabus, you will see, where is it? I'm not sure. Oh, and right here, right down here, it's going to have activities of daily living. You might want to star that because that'll just tell you where to go back and find that later if you want. So let me show you this video. It's going to take about 15 minutes, but it's going to form the foundation of everything that we're going to talk about from this point. The care plan and the CNA, why it's always about the care plan. A presentation brought to you by foryourcna.com. Thank you for joining For Your CNA's online CNA test prep. We will be preparing you for both the written and skills portion of the exam. This course contains videos, interactive lessons, activities, testing care plans, test registration instructions, practice questions, and much more. This program goes way beyond our skills videos available on YouTube. But in order to pass the test, there is one single principle that you must understand: the importance of the care plan. Without this key, learning the skills is meaningless. You might be able to mimic what I do in the skills later, but chances are you will fail the test because you didn't follow the care plan. So this course will teach you the skills, but you must first learn how those skills need to be done. So come on inside and I'll explain to you how the care plan works and why it is so important to the test. We are sure that you will become great CNAs and you will provide excellent care for our residents. But before you get started, let's review some basics. Does anyone know what the initials CNA stand for?
Certified Nursing Assistant?
That's exactly right, April. A nursing assistant is there to assist the nurse. You will be receiving all of your instructions from the nurse and must follow their directions. This will probably include taking vital signs and assisting with personal care tasks. But you may also be asked to assist with other nursing procedures as well. It is important to only do the things that you have been trained to do. If you aren't sure how to do something, ask someone for help. It's okay to not know everything. But please, don't try to do something that you aren't familiar with. It might harm the patient. In this online CNA test prep program, we're going to show you how to do all tested skills. But that is only the beginning of your education. You will learn way more on the job, because every patient is different and will have a different way that those skills need to be done. And that's where the care plan comes in. As a CNA, you will be expected to assist our patients with many routine tasks. Generally speaking, CNAs help patients with things that they can no longer do for themselves. Things like sleeping, toileting, grooming, bathing, dressing, eating, socializing, and activities. Together, these are called the Activities of Daily Living, or ADLs. These are things that everyone does every day for a healthy life. But not all patients will be able to do these things for themselves because of illness or injury. Sometimes people are too weak to go to the bathroom on their own or feed themselves. And that's where you come in. If a patient needs help with any of these tasks, you will be there to help them. But not all patients will need help with all tasks. This is Henry. Henry had a stroke and has right-sided paralysis. And this is Martha. She had a left hip replacement. This is Bob. He has had a recent leg amputation. And Annie has dementia. And they will all require different care. Some patients will need help brushing their teeth, but others will do that themselves. As a CNA, we will help the patients do the things that they cannot do alone, but we will let them continue to do the things for themselves that they can do.
How will I know what I'm supposed to do with each patient?
I'm so glad you asked, Cassie. As the registered nurse caring for these patients, that's my job. When a patient gets admitted to our facility, I will do a head-to-toe assessment. I will review all body systems to evaluate the patient for real problems and potential problems. This is a very long, complicated process, but here's a brief overview of a general assessment. I'm going to look at his neurological status. I'm going to look at his cardiac status and his respiratory system. I will also look at his integumentary system, which is hair, skin, and nails, and his gastrointestinal system. His urinary system is important, as is his musculoskeletal system. And then I will review his endocrine, lymphatic, and reproductive systems. And finally, I will review the doctor's orders for this patient. I will use all of this information to determine the patient's real and potential problems. Here's an example to put it into perspective. Let's say that this patient has just had a right hip replacement.
Now we know that she will need to continue her activities of daily living. She still has to eat, drink, go to the bathroom, bathe, groom, and dress. And after my assessment, I know that she did all of those things herself until today. However, she cannot get out of bed for any reason for the next 3 days. So, since we know that she must stay in bed, I have to figure out how to meet all of her ADL needs. The easiest way to evaluate basic needs is using the TEAMS method: toileting, eating, ADLs, mobility, and special. As the RN, I'll take all the information I gathered during the assessment to figure out the best way to help her. She can't get out of bed, so I have to figure out the best way to meet her elimination needs: bedpan or catheter. I also know she is at risk for constipation. Since she's not moving much and she's on pain medication, this is a potential problem. She can feed herself, but the trays must be brought to her in bed. She can't sit all the way up because of surgery, but she can't eat lying flat either. She has dentures, so they must be within reach at mealtimes, and they must be cleaned daily. She's able to clean herself as long as the supplies are brought to her, but she can't reach her legs or feet, so she'll need help. She is on total bed rest for 3 days, and she also needs her dressing changed every day. You can see how the RN uses all the information available to create a plan of care specifically for this patient. This is called a care plan, and it's something that only an RN can do. Of course, this was a simplified version of the care planning process. A real patient's care plan is much more extensive. Every single aspect of her health, condition, and ability level will be evaluated in order to help her. Even the smallest decision can have long-term consequences. The RN will write a detailed care plan for the entire healthcare team to follow, and the care plan must be followed exactly.
So every patient will have a different care plan?
That's correct, Ben. Every care plan will be different because every patient will be different. Even patients that seem alike because they have a similar diagnosis or have had the same surgery may have differences in care. CNAs don't have enough education or experience to know all the differences. So as a CNA, your job is to read and follow the care plan for every individual patient. In fact, you could say that your job is to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. Do you think you can do that? Can you follow directions exactly?
I can.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Yes.
Awesome. Then you're well on your way to being a great CNA. But helping patients with ADLs isn't all that you will do. You are also there to help the nurses by making observations. The CNAs are the hands and the feet of the patient. If the patient is cold and cannot reach their sweater, you will get it for them. If the patient can't brush their own teeth, then you will do that for them. If the patient can't get up to shower, then you will help them stay clean. You will become their hands and feet to help patients with things that they can't do themselves. But you are also the eyes and the ears of the healthcare team. You will report everything you see, hear, smell, or feel to the nurse. This is the most important task that you have as a CNA. If you see redness around a wound, you must report it. If you hear the patient wheezing after walking to the toilet, you must report it. If you feel that a patient's skin appears warmer than usual, you must report it. If you notice that a patient is coughing when eating, you must report it. As a CNA, you will be spending much more time with the patient than the nurse does. So you will be in a position to notice a lot more about the patient. The nurse needs this information to make decisions about the patient's care. Reporting these observations gives the nurse another assessment opportunity. That new assessment may even change the tasks you are assigned to perform. This is called the nursing process, and here's how it works. The RN assesses the patient and develops the care plan. This gives you specific tasks to do. While doing those tasks, you notice things. You report those observations to the RN, and the RN performs another assessment to review the changes in the patient. That new assessment prompts changes in the care plan, and this gives the CNA new tasks to do. And the cycle continues around and around as the patient gets better or worse. This is a continuous process until the patient is discharged.
I'm not sure I understand. Are you saying the care plan is going to change all the time?
Yes, it could, depending on the needs of the patient. Let me give you an example. The care plan told you to make an occupied bed in room 201. As you changed the sheets, you noticed that the skin on the patient's backside was red and irritated. You notified the nurse, who then reassessed the patient. The nurse decided that the patient needed to be repositioned every 2 hours around the clock. This was added to the care plan as another task for the CNA. Using this model, we can respond to the needs of the patient quickly as their needs change. But it also works for patients that are getting better too. You've been assisting Mr. Hopkins with transferring out of bed and into a chair after surgery. But you notice he isn't leaning on you any longer. You notify the nurse. The nurse reassesses the patient and decides that the patient can transfer on his own now. The care plan is changed, and this task is removed from the care plan since the patient is improving.
Doesn't this mean that I'm going to be bothering the nurse all the time? Won't they be annoyed?
The nurse should never be annoyed with you for reporting changes in the patient. They are legally liable for every aspect of that patient's care. Since the nurse requires that information to plan the patient's care, they expect to receive updates from you on the changes that you see. But how often you will have to report changes to the nurse will depend on the setting you are working in. Nursing home patients are pretty stable and don't really change all that often. That's pretty common for long-term care facilities, like nursing homes and ALFs and even home care. But in other settings, like hospitals, rehabilitation centers, and hospice, patients' health can change rapidly. In those settings, nurses and CNAs are going to work closely, and constant communication is required. Since CNAs must follow the care plan and are not allowed to alter it, they can't solve problems. The RN is ultimately legally responsible for the care of that patient. If you have information about the patient that you're not giving to the nurse, the patient can suffer, and the nurse is legally liable for that. Remember, you are an assistant. You are there to help, but the nurse is always in charge of the patient. So all changes, regardless of how minor they seem to you, must be reported to the RN. When the patient is stable, you will not have much to report and may go days without talking to the RN. But if you notice something, then it must be reported, even if you don't think it matters. If you aren't reporting observations, the nurse can't rely on you anymore. And if the RN can't rely on you, then you aren't a good assistant to that nurse. You must report to the nurse everything you see, hear, smell, or feel. Be a good assistant and report all changes and observations. This is the most important job you have. So the care plan is developed by the RN, gives the team tasks, CNAs follow the care plan, and report changes. Let's recap what we learned today. Can you tell me how a CNA knows what each patient needs?
The care plan.
As a CNA, you follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but
The care plan.
anything unusual that you notice about the patient, you must report it to
The nurse.
Great job. For the exam, you will receive a care plan. What should you do?
Follow it exactly.
That's correct. If you don't follow the care plan, you will fail the exam. It's that simple. Now that you understand the care plan, I can show you how the skills will be done for the exam. But remember, you must always read and follow the care plan. That's a big part of the skills exam. Take the brief quiz below to make sure you understand. See you in the next lesson.
All right. Let's see here. Okay, any questions on that video? Any questions? No? So let's review the care plan process. This forms the basis of what we do and why we do it. Okay? So the RN assesses the patient when they come in, and this is a very big task. It's not small. So as the RN, when a new patient comes in, I have to look at them head to toe, and I've got to figure out all of their real problems. But part of my job is also to figure out all potential problems and figure out how to avoid those. And all of that information is going to be put together and written out in the form of a care plan. That care plan is going to tell not just you, but everybody on the team what they're supposed to do with the patient. So care plans are what we call interdisciplinary. So there's going to be information on there for physical therapy, for dietary, for occupational therapy, for activities, for everybody on the team is going to have information on that care plan. As CNAs, we're going to just kind of focus on the part of the care plan that relates to us. Sound good? But I am ultimately responsible for that patient as the nurse. Once I take responsibility for the patient, it all falls on me. It doesn't matter who's helping me. The liability is still on me. Well, okay. Gestures. All right, so the liability is still on me. So in a perfect world, I would do everything with the patient since I'm the one liable for it. I would go in and help them with brushing their teeth or help them with toileting or feed them or get them bathed and dressed. I would do all of that myself because let's face it, if I'm the one that's going to be liable for that care, I want to make sure it's done right. But the problem is that I've got another patient coming into that bed that's going to need a head-to-toe assessment. And I've also got some nursing things that I have to do. Hang IVs, do wound care, give medications, interpret lab results, coordinate tests. I got a lot of nursing stuff that has to be done. So I can't ask somebody else to do all that nursing stuff. So I've got to have somebody that can do some of these routine things for me. Somebody that I can trust, because ultimately whatever they do, I'm responsible for. Does that make sense? So that is the role of the CNA. Is CNAs do routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. Now, you've got to follow that care plan because let's say that I have a patient who has a huge ulcer at the top of their palate, okay? Huge ulcer at the top of their palate that goes up into their sinuses. Now, if I tell you, go do mouth care on that patient, and you go in there, you put toothpaste on the toothbrush, and you brush, that toothpaste is going to go up into their sinuses. What do you think that's going to feel like? Yeah, it's going to burn like fire, and it might actually abscess. So we probably don't want you doing mouth care on that patient. That really needs to be done by the nurse because it's not a routine task on a stable patient. Does that make sense? So the care plan for that patient would not have you do mouth care. Now, if I've got Jenny over here and Jenny's just Jenny and she brushes her teeth like you brush your teeth, but today she has 2 broken arms and can't brush her teeth, well, that is a good delegatable task. That's a routine task on a stable patient. I can get somebody to help me with that. Does that make sense? So when we're talking about things that CNAs do, the best way to remember it is CNAs do normal routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. So if the care plan doesn't tell us to do mouth care on this person, are we doing mouth care? No. So does that make sense? Now, on top of that, we're going to let patients do everything for themselves they can do. So if Jenny can brush her own teeth, I'm not doing it. Neither are you. We're going to let Jenny brush her. Can you imagine, what's your name? Tanya. Can you imagine, Tanya, you don't know me. If I walked into your house tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'm here to brush your teeth, right? Tanya brushes her own teeth. She's been doing it for years. She's good. How awkward would that be? That'd be really weird. Yeah, your first question is why? I could do my own. Why are you here? This doesn't make any sense. Your patients feel the same way. We don't do tasks on patients when the patient can do that task themselves. Okay. So we want to encourage independence. That makes sense? So does this help you guys kind of understand what we're doing, how we know what to do, and why we're doing it? All right, let me talk to you about this part right here. CNAs make observations, and those observations get reported onto the RN. This right here, this part is the most important job we have. Yes, we're going to learn how to brush teeth. But I'm betting you guys probably have a pretty good idea how to do that. We're going to learn to feed another patient. I'm betting you probably have a pretty good idea of what's involved in feeding, right? None of the skills I'm going to show you are, groundbreaking. You guys know how to do most of what we're going to learn. Yeah, we're going to throw some nursing stuff in there, pulse and respirations and blood pressure and stuff like that. But most of what a CNA does is ADLs, activities of daily living. Stuff you guys are very familiar with. Nothing really earth-shaking here. Make sense? Okay. So a question I get asked a lot is, what's the difference between CNA and PCA and HHA and nurse tech and PCA? I mean, it's called alphabet soup. There's a million initials out there. And what are the difference between all of them? And the difference is right here. That's the difference. CNAs are trained to observe changes and report those changes. That is the difference between you and everybody else. That's why you have to take a test. That is the difference between you and everybody else. So this is the part that doesn't get talked about a lot, right? Most programs are going to focus on what you do. This is how you give a partial bath. This is how you ambulate a patient. This is how you do hand care. This is how you do foot care. That most programs focus on the hat. And that's probably what you were focused on before about 5 minutes ago. But that's not what makes you a CNA. Everybody else can do those tasks too. Home health aides can do those tasks. Patient care techs can do those tasks. So why do you have to take a test and they don't? It's right here. This is what the test is going to be focused on. Understanding the care plan and the role it plays, and making observations and reporting those observations to the nurse. Now I'm going to get up on a soapbox here for a second, so bear with me, but this is kind of important. How many of you guys have ever heard about travel CNAs? Yeah. And you probably heard that you can get paid a lot of money being a travel CNA, right? And that may even be your career plan. But let me give you a different perspective here for a minute. When you are a travel CNA, you are a substitute. You go into a facility because they don't have enough regular staff. You're a substitute. So you go in, they tell you what to do with the patients, and you do that. But you don't know these patients. They're not your patients. You have no idea if Mr. McGillicuddy's confusion today is new or not, because you don't work with these patients on a regular basis. And it takes a while to get to know people, right? So when you're a travel CNA, do you see what's not getting done? We have a lot of medical errors that are occurring at the CNA level because of the travel CNA industry. You guys see how that could happen? Because if you don't know the patients and the nurses are travelers and they don't know the patients, things can get missed. Do you guys see that? And our patients aren't getting optimal care. Because of this, most places are now trying to get away from travel CNA. And I see this, I'm plugged into a million CNA groups online, and I see this all the time. I can't find any travel positions. Can you let me know of any travel positions? And they don't understand that the reason travel positions aren't being offered very much anymore is because of the negative impact they have on the patient. Now, if you were just trained on how to be a CNA, how to do the tasks, and you weren't trained on this, it wouldn't make any sense to you. Does that make sense? Good. So you may still find a few travel positions available, but if you take those, remember, you're there to do, but you're missing a big part of what makes a CNA, and you're still responsible for that. Okay. Does that make sense? Good. Okay. So care plan process, very important. Let's see if we get this whole concept down. Go to page 20 in your book. And on page 20, when I talk about the book, I'm always talking about the spiral book. That's the only book I will talk about in class. So if you go to page 20, you'll see 8 questions. You'll see 4 care plan clipboards. Let's go ahead and take 10 minutes and read the care plans and then answer these questions. And we're going to go over them together in class in just a few minutes. So go ahead and answer that. When you're done answering those questions, this is page 20 in the skills book for those of you following along online. When you're done answering those questions, put your pens down so I know who's still working. You're fine. While you guys are working on that, I'm going to answer a question here. Hi, Chiefs. I believe your name is Vanessa, if I'm not mistaken. Let me know if I'm wrong. But question is, I forgot to ask you this question about hand washing. Can we use our elbows to turn off the water faucet to avoid contamination? We're going to talk about that at the end of class today, so stay tuned. And Shakima has test date for 7:30. Good luck. We're going to keep you in our thoughts. You'll do great. When you attend virtually, when you type a comment in, it actually shows up and I'm able to display it and I answer it right away. So if you're attending from home, you can still ask questions and it shows up live and I answer them. Bathroom is just beyond the archway on the right. give you just a few more minutes. Looks like most of you guys are done. I'll give you just a few more minutes. It looks like everybody's done. Okay. All right. So let me get my book. I don't have the page up there. All right, so we're going to perform the skill as directed on the care plan. We are going to follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. So what does that mean? That means we can't add to it. We can't take away from it. We have to follow the care plan. We're going to make observations while we're following that care plan, and we're going to report those observations to the nurse. So these are the four components that make up skill rules. So we follow the care plan. It's the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. While we're performing care, we'll observe for any changes or abnormalities or pain or anything. So let me explain to you what I mean by that. Even little things that you think don't really matter should be reported. So if you walk into a patient's room and it smells like grape Kool-Aid, and they don't have any grape Kool-Aid laying around, but it's got that grape Kool-Aid smell, that's something you should be reporting. Now, it seems like such a small detail. I mean, why would I have to report that? Well, because grape Kool-Aid is the hallmark sign of a Pseudomonas infection. Cool, right? If you have a patient who wants a privacy curtain closed all the time, that's something that should be reported to the nurse, because maybe that patient is depressed, and that will delay healing. Something I need to know. If you are caring for a patient and she's 92 years old and she keeps asking, when is lunch? When is lunch? When is lunch? Don't just go get her a snack. You need to let me know, because confusion is the very first sign of a urinary tract infection in the elderly. So even small details, things that you may not think too much about or think to yourself, oh, that doesn't really matter, can matter big when it comes to caring for a patient. This is why in a perfect world, sorry guys. This is why in a perfect world, I would be doing all care for the patient, because I'll pick up on these things as the nurse. And I know what all of those things mean. So I'll pay attention to them. But as a CNA, I've got to make sure that you are aware that everything you observe, everything that goes into that brain and makes you go, huh. If you go, that automatically has to be reported to the nurse. You don't get to decide whether it's big enough to report or not. Good? Make sense? Okay. So how do we know what to do with each patient? The care plan. And we don't just follow the care plan, we follow the whole care plan and nothing but that care plan. And while we're following the care plan, what should we also be doing with the patient? Observing. And then who do we tell those observations to? The nurse. Okay. All right. So let's look at page 20 real quick. We're not going to go through all of them, but I am going to pull a couple out. So let's go to number 2 real quick. You receive the displayed care plan. What is required to assist this patient to stand? What'd you guys put? Gait belt. Can we decide that the patient needs a walker because they're a little weaker today? What do you guys think? No. If you decide to use a walker, you have altered the care plan. If you think the patient's a little too weak today and they're not safe to walk with a gait belt, who should you be telling? The nurse. You don't get to make the decision, you just relay the information. Does that make sense? This is a very common question on the state exam. They're going to ask you questions like this to make sure that you understand following the care plan. Good? Make sense? All right, so let's look at number 3 real quick. You receive the displayed care plan. Which body part will you exercise? Let me stop you here real quick. Exercise is good for us, isn't it? We're supposed to be getting like 15 or 20 minutes of cardio exercise every single day. And it's good for your digestion. It's good for your respiration. It's good for your skin. It's good for your heart. It's good for every single body part that you have, right? So exercise is good. And we know this. And we want to keep our patients as active as possible. So with all of that information in mind, that exercise is good, which body part are we going to exercise? How come we wouldn't do all joints that the patient can't move on their own? Not on the care plan. Easy answer. Not on the care plan. Are you starting to put it all together now? These are the types of questions that you would get on the state exam. They want to know that you know, despite all the stuff going around in your head about exercise being good for you, they want to know that you can get past that and get to the care plan. Good? Okay, let's go down to number 7. You receive the displayed care plan. What vital signs are you required to obtain? Pulse. Everybody get pulse? Okay. Now, it told us to take a pulse. How many of you guys have family or friends working in healthcare? Most people, yeah. If you go to that family or friend and you ask them, hey, when you're taking a pulse, how long do you count for? Nobody out there, nobody is going to tell you to count for 1 minute. Just simply not done. Everybody counts for 15 seconds, multiply that by 4 to get our minute reading. If you go onto YouTube, type in how to take a pulse. 99 of the videos that show up will tell you 15 seconds, multiply that by 4, get your full minute reading, and that's what you report. It's industry standard. Now, for people that have the availability, they'll tell you, yeah, we don't even count pulse anymore. We use one of these things. This is a pulse oximeter or pulse ox. It looks like a little clothespin. Goes on the finger. You press a button. Give it a couple of seconds, and the pulse will actually show up on the screen. So we don't even have to count. We just put a clothespin on their finger and put whatever number it tells us. Good? My pulse is probably 93. I'm up and moving. Okay, 93. So that's my pulse. Okay. So lots of ways to get a pulse. But if we look at number 8, it asks us, how long do we need to count for this patient? 1 full minute. Now, I point this out because this is one of the most failed skills on the exam. Because if you don't understand the importance of the care plan, you think that the evaluators just want the number and they don't care how you get it. Actually, the evaluators don't care about the number. They care more about how you get it. Okay? It's not about being accurate. It's about understanding and following the care plan. So you're starting to see how the test is structured. Okay, the written test is going to have a whole bunch of questions. Make sure you understand normals, abnormals, what to report, and following the care plan. And all the skills are going to revolve around following the care plan. Good? Starting to demystify the test. Well, wouldn't it be nice? Wouldn't it be nice if you had all the testing care plans? If I told you, hey, right over there, I've got all the care plans from the test. Wouldn't you want those? right? You know you got to follow them for the test, so wouldn't it be nice to see them beforehand? That's what you have here on page 20. These are the actual testing care plans for these 4 skills. And if you want the rest of them, go to page 25. These are the testing care plans, the exact testing care plans with the same words and the same tasks that you're going to be asked to do. That means that you can practice for the state exam before you ever get there, using the same materials they're going to test you on. Now, each one of these, we're going to get into the test in a little while, but each one of these follows a very specific pattern. Prometric testing, which is who we use here, they only have 11 care plan sets that they assign for the test. So these are, you're going to, not might, you will get one of these 11. You will. No doubt about it.
They just pick one skill set for the test?
One skill set. And they don't pick it, the computer does. Yep, the computer does. But they will pick one of these 11. We'll get into the testing process in a little while, but I do want you to know that you have all of the testing care plans on page 25. We'll refer back to them from time to time in the class. All right, so let's go to page 22. Scope of practice is a term that defines what you are and are not allowed to do within your industry. It's called your scope of practice. Nurses have a scope of practice. Doctors have a scope of practice. CNAs have a scope of practice. Plumbers have a scope of practice. It's not limited to just the medical industry. These are things that within your industry you are allowed to do and things that you are not allowed to do. This is, for us as CNAs, defined in Part 2 of Chapter 64 of our Florida statutes. So this is a legal principle. We have to abide by it, or there are legal consequences. So it's important that you know what your scope of practice is in order to stay safely inside it so that you don't go off and get in legal trouble. Good? Make sense? Okay. So our scope of practice really can, I've got a whole lesson on this. Anytime you see in one of these lessons that video clapboard, it's an animated lesson online that you guys can watch. But the scope of practice really boils down to 5 things. Now, I've got those 5 things right here in this banner. I'm going to put the banner up on the screen in a minute. But this banner defines our scope of practice. So when you're looking at the banner, is it the next one? Yeah. So right here on page 13 is our banner. When you're looking at this banner, there's 5 components or something called 5 key phrases that we need to know. And we already know the first one. The care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan is the foundation of what a CNA does. Okay, that means that we can't alter the care plan. We can't disregard the care plan. We either follow it or we tell the nurse why we can't. That's it. Those are the only 2 doors that CNAs have to walk through. You either follow that care plan exactly or you tell the nurse why you can't. So if the patient, if I come in, what's your name? David? If I come in and I say, David, I need to feed you a snack, and you say no, well, I can't follow the care plan, so who would I have to tell? The nurse. Hey, nurse, I went to give him a snack. He said no. Now, you know what the nurse is going to ask me? Why? Why did he say no? So if I get that information before I go to the nurse, I save myself a trip. Because if I have to go back to the David's room and I have to say, David, why don't you want a snack? And get the information and go back to the nurse, that's valuable time. So if I walk into David's room and I say, hey, David, you want a snack? And he says, no. I'm probably going to ask him nicely, why not? Is there a better time that I could come back, or are you not feeling well? Is there a reason you don't want a snack? I got to go let the nurse know. And I'll let him tell me what's happening, and then I'll relay that information to the nurse. So if I go to the nurse and I say, David doesn't want a snack because he says he's got a really bad headache. Well, that's an observation, isn't it? And the nurse needs that information to do their job. Good? Make sense? So CNAs only have 2 doors. We follow the care plan exactly, or we report it to the nurse. So anytime your patient refuses anything, find out why and report it to the nurse. We should never force patients. You say that again. Our job is not to force patients to do anything. Not our job. Make sense? Not our job. Now, some of you are going, hold up. What about dementia? What if the patient doesn't know what they're saying? Well, dementia patients are a little bit different. We don't ask them yes or no questions. Because with dementia, what you're losing is your higher brain functions. So anybody have a 2-year-old? Anybody ever see a 2-year-old? I love 2-year-olds. That's probably my favorite age. Anybody that has a 2-year-old is going, Because when you're 2, you start to develop autonomy. You start to realize that you are a separate person, a distinct person, separate from everybody else. And you start to figure out that power is important. Okay? 2-year-olds are tyrants because they're learning about power. Make sense? So a 2-year-old generally has a pretty decent vocabulary, but when you ask them a question, they will always respond with no. Do you want to put your shoes on? No. Do you want to have lunch? No. Do you want to take a nap? No. This is all because of power. So you never ask a 2-year-old a yes/no question. You give them limited choices. Still allows them to exercise power, but within the framework that you decide is relevant. I don't ask a 2-year-old, do you want to put your shoes on? I will ask them, would you like to wear your pink shoes or your black shoes? Okay, now we have to put them on. So it still allows them choice. They still get to flex that power muscle that they're developing, but it limits their choice. Now, with dementia, because our higher brain functions have slowly eroded, they're going to be all about power because they've lost power everywhere else. So if you ask a dementia patient a yes/no question, do you know what answer you're always going to get? No, because it's a way to exercise power and autonomy. So with dementia, we don't use yes/no questions. We give them limited choice. But we still don't force. Trying to force somebody will always result in them fighting back. Always. How many of you guys have ever had a bad day? Like a really bad day? I mean, like everything went wrong. And you're standing in the kitchen, slamming cabinets and throwing stuff, and, life is not good. And somebody walks in. What do they normally tell you to do when you're in the middle of a hissy fit? Yeah, relax, calm down. In the history of ever, has anyone ever calmed down by being told to calm down? No. In fact, most people, it's like, it's on. Go ahead. Come at me. Because I am in the mood. Let's go. Right? Being told to calm down never, ever, ever calms anybody down. Now, I don't know why we think it works on other people when we know it doesn't work on us. But yet we try to employ this, this tactic. It doesn't work, guys. Don't ever tell a dementia patient, calm down, because they will bow up. What you want to do is try to distract them. Get them involved in something else. Physical activity is an awesome stress reliever. Anybody a stress cleaner? Yeah, make me mad. My bathroom will sparkle. Yeah, stress cleaner. Some of you will go out and clean your car when you're really in a mood. Some of you will take a walk. You generally employ activity when you're angry. You have to burn off that mad. So don't tell somebody, go sit down over there. Yeah, go sit down and calm down. Yeah, okay. That's not going to happen. Make sense? So we have to be careful about the techniques that we use, especially with our dementia patients. So what I'm going to talk about in class is going to apply to non-dementia patients. Those of you that are going to work with dementia patients, you'll get additional training on how best to work with that subset. Okay, good. If you know you're going to be working with dementia patients, look up Teepa Snow. She's an awesome instructor specific to dementia. Her name is Teepa Snow, and she is amazing. So we know to follow the care plan. We learned earlier that CNAs do normal. Remember, normal is routine tasks on stable patients according to the care plan. And how do we do those tasks? Well, we're going to follow all of these principles. The principles are going to tell us how to do that task. So our care plan tells us what to do. CNAs do normal tells us when it's appropriate to do it. The principles tell us how to do it. Now, above all, we've got to be careful not to get so focused on the task that we forget that we're doing it on a person. Now, this is the hardest thing that I have to teach you. Way harder than anything else that I have to teach you in here. I have to teach you that it's not about you. Now, I know some of you are like, well, I already know that. I'm going into healthcare. Of course, it's not about me. But when you go into test, who are you going to be focused on? You're going to be focused on yourself. Yeah, because you know that you're being tested. You know you're being watched. You know you're being graded. So your reaction to that usually is self. I got to make sure I get all the right supplies. I got to make sure I do all the right steps. I've got to make sure that I remember the opening and remember the closing. You focus on yourself. And it's no different when you get out there and you start working, because you got 12 patients to take care of, and that's on a good day. You've got all these tasks to do on patient 1, and all these tasks to do on patient 2, and all these tasks to do on patient 3. And somewhere in there, you got to get somebody into the shower. Oh, and there's meal times. Oh, and this patient's got to go down to radiology, and transporter's not available, and I got to do that. I got to work that in too. You got all this stuff going on. So who's your focus naturally going to turn to? You. But we have to remember that it's not about us. It's never about us. So in everything that we do, we've got to revise our focus back to the patient. Does that make sense? So during the exam, instead of focusing on you and your steps, you should be focused on the patient. You're going to ask me somewhere in this 4 weeks that we are here together. Oh, by the way, we do meet on Mondays and Wednesdays. Do not come tomorrow. I will not be here. I'm not here on Tuesdays. It's Mondays and Wednesdays from 9 to 1 for 4 weeks. So somewhere in this 4 weeks that we are together, somebody in this room is going to ask me, yeah, but do I have to say everything that you say when I'm doing these skills? And the answer is, yeah, you should. Because if you're not saying what you're doing, you're not focused on them because they don't know what you're doing. Does that make sense? Right? If you're staying quiet, you're focused on you. You're not making this good for them. Make sense? So we have to keep in mind, above everything else, it's all about the patient. All about the patient. And then the very last principle is the most important. It's what sets CNAs apart from everybody else. And that's all observations have to be reported to the RN. Remember, that's the one thing about being a CNA that's different from everything else. So we have to keep that in mind. Remember, observations are the reason we exist. So if you're not making observations, if you're just going through the motions and you're doing the tasks, you're not being a CNA, you're being a caregiver. So observations are the reason we exist. Good. I just went over to Jacksonville Beach last week and spoke to the health educators for the state of Florida at the high school level, all of them. And I explained this, the 5 key phrases. And it was amazing, the response that I got from this. And I made it clear for the instructors so they can make it clear for the students. And it was really amazing, the response I got. So remember that this is what's going to comprise the test, because this is your scope of practice. It is so important. If you look on the back of your ID badge, you will see it in the bottom corner, or I'm sorry, in the middle of the back. It is the only thing that I make sure is in front of you at all times, is your scope of practice. So if somebody asked me, can you sum your program up into less than 2 minutes? I could say, yes, it's right here. We follow the care plan, the whole care plan, and nothing but the care plan. CNAs do normal. Principles guide performance. Above all, keep in mind that it's about the patient, and the whole reason we're there is to make observations and report it. That is the CNA program in 2 minutes or less. Okay, good. Good. So along the way, we're going to end up with something like this. A nurse somewhere is going to ask you, hey, I need you to do this. And you're going to go, wait, am I allowed to do that? Because I didn't learn that in CNA school. Am I allowed to do that? So for instance, you might go to work at an outpatient surgery center. What's your name? Rebecca. So you might go to work at an outpatient surgery center in their post-op section, which is patients have had surgery. They're getting ready to go home because same day surgeries, you go home that day. Okay. So you are in the post-op section. Now, usually with surgeries, once we put you out, we put a catheter in because we don't want you peeing on our sterile field when we relax everything. Okay. So these patients are going to have a catheter. They can't go home with one most of the time. So somebody's got to take it out. Now, as a nurse, I may say to you, Rebecca, right? I may say, Rebecca, I want you to go take a catheter out of room 2 before they go home or getting ready to discharge them. Now, you're going to think to yourself, am I allowed to do that? And if you go on to Google and ask Uncle Google, am I allowed to do that? You will get 180 conflicting answers. So we have to kind of figure out, what are we allowed to do? Well, first of all, it has to be normal. You guys remember that? So routine task on a stable patient. The patient's getting ready to go home. He's pretty stable. We don't let unstable people go home, right? It's a routine task, taking a catheter out, routine tasks. And according to the care plan, if it's on the care plan. So it meets the normal component, but can you do it? Is it still part of our scope of practice? So the other question to this is, have I been trained? So in this class, we're not going to learn how to take catheters out. Not a CNA task at the foundation level. But if you go to work in a same-day surgery center in their post-op unit, you may be trained to remove catheters, and that is still within your scope of practice. Now, what's your name? Alex. Alex goes to work at the same-day surgery center, but she goes to work in pre-op. Pre-op. Now, Alex isn't going to be trained to take catheters out because there's no need for that in her job. But she's also not going to be trained to put catheters in because that is an employer decision not to allow unlicensed individuals to perform sterile technique. So we have state statutes that define our scope of practice, but we also have employer mandates that tell us what we can and cannot do. The two together make up your job description. Make sense? So when you're asked to do something that you're not familiar with, it wasn't something that we learned here in class, and you ask yourself, am I allowed to do that? Your first thought is it normal? Is it a routine task on a stable patient according to the care plan? The second question is, have I been trained? If the answer is no to either one of those, you cannot do it. Okay. Third question should be, is this allowed by my facility? Now, that's something that the nurse is supposed to check out before they delegate. Okay, so there's a safety net there for you. So do you guys know how to answer this now? You come up with a, am I allowed to do that question?
How would you answer it to them?
So if I ask her, Rebecca, hey, Rebecca, I want you to take a catheter out in room 2. And Rebecca has never, she just graduated. She's never taken a catheter out, hasn't been trained. No idea how. She's not going to pull it up on YouTube and do a quick primer to figure this out. She's going to tell me, I'm sorry, I haven't been trained to do that, but I'm willing to be trained. And I can say, oh, cool. You haven't been trained? Oh, I didn't know that. So come with me. I'm going to show you how. Because training doesn't have to be done in a classroom. Training can be done at the bedside by the nurse. So I can take you and show you what I need done, watch you do it, answer any questions that you have, and then I have to be available in some capacity so that if you have a question or a problem comes up, I am reachable for any delegated task. Good? Makes sense? Okay.
I have a question.
Yes.
So, do you keep like a logbook or something where you note what you've been trained in and somebody validates you've been trained in that?
Depends on the facility that you're working at. Now, facilities generally have education coordinators that will keep all of that. They try to keep their staff that are working in certain areas up to date on skills and training. So if you're working in that area, they'll give you the tasks, the training for the tasks they need you to do. That's usually done at the facility level. There's no need for you to keep a log. Just kind of a mental note. Just know what you've been trained to do and what you haven't. Now, let's say that you were trained to take catheters out 15 years ago, and you haven't worked in healthcare in 15 years. You got your certification. You go to work at the outpatient clinic, and they say, hey, go take a catheter out. And you go, here's the thing. I haven't done that in like 15 years. I'd really like a refresher. I want to make sure my skills are up to date. So no problem, because it's all about this. So let's go to page 15 and talk about this. Now, I talked to you guys about this a few minutes ago. Remember I said that as the nurse, I retain liability for the patients. Doesn't matter who is doing the task. It actually falls on me for liability. So as a nurse, I don't know you guys. I was hired by the facility. You guys were hired by the facility. You're put with me, and I have to assume liability for what you do. I don't know you, Alex. I'm hoping that you're going to do things the right way, but if you don't, it could come back on me. Make sense? That's why the care plan is so important, because I'm going to put on the care plan everything that I want done. As long as you're following that care plan, we are on the same page. I'm okay assuming liability for what you're doing because you're going to do it according to the instructions I just laid out for you. Good? Now, if you go wandering off into the forest by yourself and you start doing things that I did not ask you to do, or do things differently than how I asked you to do it, do you think I'm going to take liability for that? Absolutely not. So as a CNA, you are only covered by the care plan. If you step outside of that care plan, no nurse in the world is going to accept liability for your decisions. That's on you. So as long as you're following the care plan and you're letting the nurse know when you aren't comfortable doing a skill, because remember, it's all on them, then you're covered. There's no liability. But if you step outside of that, it's all on you. So if you decide, you know, this patient isn't really bearing weight real well anymore, and I'm afraid to get him up and to the bathroom, I'm going to go get one of those mechanical lifts. We call them Hoyers. And I'm going to use a mechanical lift to get them over to the bathroom. That way they don't fall. Sounds like a good idea, doesn't it? I'm keeping the patient safe. But it wasn't on the care plan. So do you think the nurse is going to take responsibility for that? If you decide to use a mechanical lift when it wasn't on the care plan, that is all on you. And that's not a decision that you are authorized to make. So if something happens to that patient, who's on the chopping block? You. Good? Makes sense? It would be much better to go to the nurse and say, hey, care plan says to walk this patient with a gait belt, but I don't think that's a good idea. They're unsteady on their feet. Well, now the nurse has an opportunity to go in and reassess and redo the plan and make sure this patient is safe. We don't make decisions. We relay observations. Good? There's going to be 5 or 6 questions on the state exam that are going to try to trip you up. CNAs only have 2 doors. They follow the care plan exactly, or what is it? Say it loud. Report it to the nurse. That's it. That is it. Good? You guys understand the legal framework here? Okay. All right, so let's talk about the test. It's on page 12. Carrie Ann, I have a 2-year-old. Yeah, you probably are familiar with the word no. All right, so page 12 is going to explain to us what to expect on the CNA exam. So when you go take the test, there are 2 portions to the test. There is a written test that's 60 questions, multiple choice. I have a whole resource for that. Everything that I've told you in here is going to help you answer those questions. But overall, the written test is pretty easy. It's not difficult as long as you understand your scope of practice. Okay. The skills is a little more challenging because you have to demonstrate 3 skills in front of 2 RNs in Florida, and they're going to grade you. Now, most people have never taken a skills-based exam before. So most of the tests you took in high school were all paper and pen, right? Very few people have taken a skills-based exam. So there's a lot of uncertainty, unknowing. What do I expect? And your anxiety goes up a little bit because somebody is watching you. And I hear it all the time from students. I'm not comfortable with two RNs watching me do the skills. I mean, it's a little unnerving. And what I want to point out to you is that this is the first time that somebody will be watching your skills, not the last time. Because when you get out there and work, your patient is going to watch everything you do. You're doing it on their body. Your family members are going to be watching everything that you do because you're doing it on their loved ones. And the nurses are going to be watching everything you do because you're doing it under their license. The test is not the last time that you're going to be watched. It's merely the first. So you need to get comfortable with doing your skills and having other people judge you. Now that's hard. It's hard. But after a while, it will become second nature. Okay? But I need you to understand that this is just the first time. So let's talk about testing day. Our closest testing center to us is Tampa. Most testing centers are in large metropolitan areas. Tampa has two, one on the west side closest to us, one on the east side closer to Busch Gardens area, 275 area. So we have two to choose from. We'll go over all of this next week when we go through the test application process. I'm just giving you a brief overview here. So on testing day, you're going to go to the testing center and you're going to be there with 7 strangers. You will not be testing with the people in this room. Testing centers are open 7 days a week. There is not a specific testing day that you're waiting for. They test 7 days a week. There are roughly about 30 testing centers in Florida. Each one tests roughly 8 people a day, 7 days a week. So if you do that math, you'll realize that a couple hundred people every day are being tested. Okay, good. You're not alone. But when you go to the testing center, you're not going to be seeing the people in this room because each one of you are going to register independently. And your application has to go through a very long process, which we'll be talking about when we go through the application itself. But to summarize really quickly, when you send in your application to Prometric, Prometric looks in a filing cabinet for your background check. It's called the clearinghouse. And they take the information you put on the application or the registration, and they look in the filing cabinet and they find you. What's your name? Owen. So they find Owen. And they pull his background check and they put it with the application. And then they send that to the Board of Nursing. Now, this is an actual human eyes-on event. The Board of Nursing has a human that looks at your registration and your background check and clears you for testing. They say, yes, this person is good to go, approved. And they send that back to Prometric. So that process can take a little bit of time. And when they send it back to Prometric, they say, Owen is good to go. Prometric gets that information, determines the next test date opening in the testing center that you chose, puts you in that slot. You don't get to choose your testing date or, you get to choose your location, but that's it. And then sends that to Owen and says, Owen, you are approved for testing. The next email you get will have your test date attached. So, Owen, you are scheduled for testing August 17th. Okay. Now, all testing starts at 9 a.m. You have to be there a half hour early. So you need to be at the testing center no later than 8:30 on testing day. Okay, good. Do you guys understand the process there? And it can take, 7 to 10 days, usually, for that whole process to happen. That's if you have no hiccups. Now, if you didn't do your background check, that's a hiccup. It's going to add time. If your payment didn't go through, that's a hiccup. It's going to add time. If you have a criminal history, that's a hiccup. And it's going to add time. If you have the same name as someone else with an extensive criminal history, that's a hiccup. And it could add time. Because I have to make sure that you are not them. Okay? So when you go into your testing center, there's only 3 things you're allowed to take in with you. Your test admission letter says you're supposed to be there. You don't have to print this off, but it's nice if you have it. Your keys and 2 forms of ID. One of them has to have a picture, state issued with a picture. Can also be a passport, so government issued. So if you have a non-expired passport or a non-expired military ID, you can use that. Otherwise, it's going to need to be a driver's license or state ID. You need a second form of ID with the same name. Make sure the name matches. So if you have a credit card that, let's say, has your maiden middle initial, instead of your actual middle name initial, and it doesn't match your ID, you can't use it. So make sure you're looking through your IDs and make sure you have a secondary ID with the same name. Good? Makes sense? Okay. That secondary ID just has to have a signature. So a credit or debit card, a library card works, Social Security card works as long as the names match. That's all you can take in. You can't take any study material. You can't take any electronic devices like cell phones, smartwatches, anything like that. Just you, your keys, and your IDs. You're going to go into the waiting room with the 7 other individuals, and there's going to be 2 additional rooms off of that. One room is for the clinical skills. The other room is for the computer written test. So when you're in the waiting room, they're going to come in and check you in. And when they come in, they're going to ask you, do you have any conditions that would keep you from being a patient during the exam? So what's your name? Jessica. So when they go, they're going to pull you aside. They're going to look at your IDs, make sure you are you. And they're going to say, do you have anything that would keep you from being a patient? Now, you really want to answer no, unless you have a really good reason to answer yes. So if you just had some dental work done and you got some stitches, you need to let them know. Because if she's got mouth care, I don't want to pair her up with you, undo those stitches accidentally, and now you're bleeding everywhere, and now the test isn't fair for her because we just threw her a curveball. Okay. If you've got a prosthetic leg, probably needs to come up. Okay. So things like that. If you have anything that would keep you from being a patient for any of the skills, you need to let them know. And then after they check everybody in, those 2 evaluators are going to go away for about 20 or 30 minutes. And what they're doing is pairing you up with another individual. This is not random. So let's say that you have transfer out of bed and into a wheelchair. I've got to find somebody to pair you up with that's about your body size or smaller. Okay. So I'm going to look around and try to find who I can pair you up with. But let's say that, I'm not going to use him because he's significantly taller than you. Okay. So let's say I pick on you. What's your name? Stephanie. So Stephanie would be a good candidate. She's about your body size. Okay. But Stephanie has dental work that was just done. And your second skill is mouth care. So I can't use her. So now I got to go find somebody else. Do you see how this process can take a little bit of time? So for that 20 or 30 minutes, you're sitting in the waiting room, staring at 7 strangers, and it's very awkward. Because remember, you don't have your phone, and that's what we normally go to in awkward situations. We'll flip through our phones. You don't have that. Phones should be in your car or in a locker. So what ends up happening on test day is you start to make friends. And people will go around the room, where'd you go to school? Where'd you go to school? Where'd you go to school? And you'll tell them, I went to Miss Patty, and you'll get instant celebrity status. 8 out of 10 people that take the test in Florida prepare with our videos. So you will get instant celebrity. You went like Miss Patty you actually went there? Wow, that's cool. And then the next thing that's going to happen is people are going to start asking questions about skills. So it'll go something like this. Oh my gosh, I hope I don't forget my supplies. Oh, I don't want to forget my steps. Oh, there's so many steps. I don't know if I'm going to remember them all. And somebody else is going to say something like, oh my gosh, hand washing. I know everybody fails on hand washing, and I can't remember how many paper towels to use. I think it's 7. And you're going to go, what? There's no count for paper towels. And they're going to go, yes, my instructor said it was 7. And somebody else is going to say, oh, no, it's 10. You have to have 1 for every finger. And you're going to go, what? I wasn't told that. And then it'll go into other skills. And by the time you go into test, your brain is just spinning because now you can't figure out who to listen to. So yeah, here's your first clue. Make sure you listen to me. I know the test. Okay. But the real problem is that it's going to erode your self-confidence. So the best advice I can give you is on testing day, do not make friends. Do not make friends. Sit in the corner, la, 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 la. Do not make friends. After testing, go teach the world how to do these skills. Everybody should have these skills. Everybody. Teach the world, but not on testing day. Because if you try to explain to somebody why paper towels don't matter and they go in and take the test and fail, do you know who they're going to blame? The last person that gave them information. You don't want to be in that situation. Okay? Don't make friends on testing day. Now, if you want to talk about the weather, you want to talk about your kids, you want to talk about summer plans, you want employers, you can talk about all that. Don't talk about the test. Don't do it. You will regret it. Good? Okay. So after you get checked in, they're going to pair you up into groups of 2. And remember, this is not random. When they have you paired up into groups, they're going to give you specific information. And for our purposes here, I'm going to make it random. You guys are group 1. Don't go anywhere. You 2 are group 2. You can go get a cup of coffee, wait in your car, wait in the waiting room, but you need to be back in here in about 45 minutes. You 2 are group 3. You've got about an hour and a half to kill. So go Target clearance shopping. Get your mind off of this. You guys are group 4. You've got about 2.5 hours before you need to be back here. So Chili's, 2 for 1 margaritas. We'll see you guys in a little while. So group 1 is going to be brought into the testing center. Now remember, if we go back 2 slides here, remember the testing room is a separate room with a door. That means that all these people sitting out here cannot see or hear what is happening inside that room. You are not performing in front of, on a stage in front of a lot of people. That's not what this is. This is very small. It is a small room. There's only 4 people in there. You, and the 2 evaluators. That's it. Now, you should not be focused on the evaluators. Who should your focus be on? The patient. That's right. The evaluators are going to show you around because you've never been there. You don't know where the washcloths are. You don't know anything. So imagine for a minute, we had a wall going across here with a door in it. This would be our testing room. Okay. So you would have a couple of beds. You'll have a 3-drawer bedside unit. You'll have an over-bed table. You'll have a privacy curtain. Now, let me talk to you about the privacy curtain real quick. I've got to get the follow me thing for my camera here. So give me a second. Let me talk to you about the privacy curtain real quick. So in testing, they have to be able to see what you're doing in order to grade it. If I have a curtain that goes all the way around the bed, they would have to be inside that curtain with you. And that's a little too close. They're going to get in your way. You're going to get all nervous. It's not an ideal situation. So for the test, privacy curtains are not going to go all the way around the bed. They're only going to go a short distance. Okay. And that's how they're going to indicate privacy. Now, you and I know that this isn't doing anything for privacy. We get it. But remember, it is a testing scenario. Does that make sense? So they're going to show you, this is how you indicate privacy. And at the end of the skill, this is how you open the curtain. Okay. They're also going to show you around. This is our supply shelf. Over there is our patient bathroom. They're going to show you how to work the equipment. This is how we raise the bed. This is how we lower the bed. So all of that, we call it an orientation, will take 2 to 3 minutes to show you around. Okay. Good. Good. Okay. So once they show you around, they are going to pick one of you two to go first. Okay. So one of you two, and we'll just ladies first. Okay. So you'll go first. And the evaluator is going to read the care plan to you. So what's your name? Bernanda? Okay. So give me a number 1 to 11. 5. Okay. So the computer randomly picked skill set 5 for you. And the evaluator can't even trust that you know how to read. So they're going to read it to you. So your skill set is measure and record respirations, make an occupied bed, and change position to supported side lying. And they're going to read each care plan for each one of those tasks to you. And then they're going to give you that care plan set. And that is yours throughout the entire test. So if you get halfway through and you can't remember something, remember, we're graded on following the, you can stop in the middle of your skill and go over and read that care plan at any time. Okay, this is not memorization. This is following the care plan. So if you're not sure what the care plan says, stop and go look. Good? Make sense? So you're going to do your 3 skills on him. When you're taking the skills, when you're performing the skills, the evaluators are going to have a checklist. This is the checklist that the test uses. This is the exact checklist that the test uses for all of the skills. Oops, here we go. This is not a secret. These are published by Prometric. Anybody has access to this. But the problem is that these are written for RNs. So it's not going to help you as a student very much because it's written for an RN. What I did is I took this, put it through an RN brain, and wrote out step-by-step instructions, and that's what you're going to find in that spiral book. For every skill that we learn, I've got step-by-step instructions that check off every single one of these checkpoints. Good? Make sense? So when you do a step and you do it correctly, you're going to get a checkpoint. I'm a little ahead of my slides, so let's catch up. So the skill set is read to the testing candidate by the evaluator. The care plan is given to the testing individual, and the second person is going to become the patient for those 3 skills. Now, when you're the patient, you're going to get a script. They don't want you ad-libbing this. You're also going to act like yourself. So if one of her skills is ambulate with a gait belt and you have to walk, you're going to walk like you walk. You're not going to walk like a 90-year-old man. You're going to walk like you walk. You're going to be you. You're also going to follow the script. You're going to be pleasant, cooperative, and follow instructions. Okay, good? Make sense? Now, how many of you guys have family at home that may help you with the skills, that may be a patient for you when you're practicing the skills? Anybody have somebody at home, a live human laying around that you might be practicing on? Okay, you have to go home today and you have to tell them, all right, my instructor said that when I'm practicing skills, you're not allowed to make it hard. You do exactly what I tell you to do. Because if somebody at home is trying to make this hard for you, and they always do this, well, you have to get used to it. This is the way it is in the real world, right? We're not there. You're trying to make a kindergartner do trigonometry. We're not there yet. So they need to make sure that they adjust their performance to your skill level. Good? Otherwise, it's not practice. It's throwing you into the deep end and watching you drown. That doesn't do anybody any good. Okay? So you go home tonight and you tell them that. So these are the 11 skill sets. You've got a copy right there. These are the 11 skill sets. They're always in here, hanging up on the hook over here. You have access to them. Remember, they're on page 25 of your skills book as well. Now, the ones that we use in class, on the back side of it, has the checklists. So as we go through the program and you start to practice, that will be good for you for a checklist, just a dry run getting ready for the exam. Okay. So each one of those testing care plans has a specified formula that it has to follow. We're going to provide mouth care to a resident with teeth on this one. We're going to measure and record respirations, and we're going to change position to supported side lying. So this follows a formula. Every single testing care plan has one ADL skill, one mobility skill, and one documentation skill. So if you look at this graphic, it'll break it down for you. ADL skills are things like mouth care, denture care, hand and nail care, foot care, partial bed bath, pericare, catheter care, bedpan, making an occupied bed, and dressing a resident with a weak arm. So the majority of skills that we learn to do in this class fall under ADL. Okay? Activities of daily living, things we do for ourselves every day. You get yourselves up and dressed and bathed and groomed. You feed yourself, right? None of that's new to us. Makes up the bulk of the skills that we learn to do. Mobility skills are things like range of motion, transferring, ambulate, and change position. So there's not a whole lot of mobility skills. You will get one of those. And then documentation skills, there's only 4. There's pulse, respirations, feeding a patient, and emptying the drainage bag. Those are documentation skills. You will get one. Everybody gets a documentation skill for the exam. You will get one of these, guaranteed. Good? Questions? So you get one out of each category. They make up a skill set. That's what we have there. It's what you have on page 25. So there's nothing random about this. So on the back of that packet that we have there has the testing checklists for each one of the skills that we're going to do. And as long as you do the step properly, you're going to get a check mark. Yay. Anything that you don't do at all, no check mark. If you do it but do it wrong, no check mark. Anything without a check mark is called a deficiency. And this is how you're graded. It's called grading by exception. So basically, you get credit for everything unless you don't do it. So if you're taking the test and you don't support the resident's arm to avoid dangling when you're taking the pulse, so basically, you have their arm. Okay. Okay. So basically, you have the arm hanging over the bed like this. This is a dangling arm, so we wouldn't get a checkpoint for that. What you need to do is have the elbows supported on the bed when you're taking, or have it like this. You guys see the difference? Okay. Somebody broke my mannequin. So if we have a deficiency, something without a check mark, that at the end of the skill is what's going to go into the computer, and that's how you're going to be graded. Anything without a check mark is a deficiency. Now, these are not all graded equally. So in order to understand this, this is going to be on page 65. In order to understand this, I'm going to give you an example. So let's say that we have to do mouth care on this individual here. Is she in a safe position for mouth care? What do you guys think? Why? Okay, so what could happen to her? She could choke. The medical term for that is called aspiration, or breathing food or fluid into the lungs, aspiration. So we know that this isn't safe. So if we were to perform mouth care on somebody who's laying down, there's a high likelihood that she could die because we're putting food or fluid into her lungs. So putting the head of the bed up is a pretty important step, don't you think? Now, think about when you brush your teeth. You're probably standing over a sink. And you're not just standing like this. You're usually like this. Because where do we want all that foam and stuff from mouth care to go? In the sink. We don't want it all over our clothing. Make sense? So think about yourself brushing your teeth. You're usually in a bent forward position. Well, if we put the head of the bed up, she is not in a bent forward position. So that means that whatever's dripping out of her mouth is probably going to fall onto her clothing. What could we put there that might prevent her clothes from getting all gunked up? Towel, sure, absolutely. Towel, washcloth, I don't care what you use, put something there to keep her clothes clean. Make sense? Okay, both of those are checkpoints. Head of the bed up, towel on the chest. Both of them are checkpoints. Do you think that they're graded equally? If you forget to put the head of the bed up, your patient could die. If you forget to put a towel on their chest, they're going to get messy clothes, but nobody dies from that. Does that make sense? This is what we call weighted scoring. That means that some steps are going to count way more than other steps. So if you forget to put the head of the bed up, you will fail. One step. Fail. If you forget to put the towel on their chest, you get a deficiency, but you didn't fail. Do you guys understand that? So a question I get asked a lot is, well, how many steps can you miss and still pass? And the answer is, it depends. Which steps are you missing? Because some steps, just one, will fail you. Good? Questions? All right. So once you've taken the clinical skills exam, you would do your 3 skills on him. He'll get a different care plan usually. You'll do your 3 skills on her. You'll both go out to the waiting room and wait. You guys will be brought in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do her skills on you. You'll both go back out to the waiting room and wait. You guys come in. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do her skills on you. You go back out to the waiting room and wait. You guys stumble in from Chili's. Yay. You'll do your skills on her. She'll do her skills on you. And then you go back out to the waiting room. When everybody has tested, then they usually do the written test. Now, there are some instances where the written test would come first, but not usually. Usually skills is first. The evaluators can make the decision which test to do first. Now, usually, if the test is failed, skills is what's failed. But some people do fail the written. Now, let's say, Rebecca? Okay, so let's say that Rebecca failed the written, not really, but let's just say that you failed the written. If you come back to retake it, you only have to retake the written. So everybody else is here for both parts. Rebecca's already done both parts, so we're going to do the written first to get her out before I do the skills and everybody. Make sense? So if you've got somebody there retesting for written, sometimes they'll do the written first to keep that person from sitting around all day waiting for the written test. So it depends on who's there to test as to which one comes first.
So is it an all-day test?
It is an all-day test. Yeah, you'll usually get out somewhere between 2 and 3. Sometimes it's a little earlier, but generally speaking, between 2 and 3.
But
Yeah.
you don't complete that time though.
No, you have to be there at 8:30 in the morning, and you're there until you're done. So, yeah, I know. If you're waiting on a ride, it can be a little problematic. Yeah. So let's say that just for illustration purposes, remember you have to do 3 skills. And in general, you're given somewhere around 30 minutes to do those 3 skills, usually. Somewhere between 31 and 37, 38, something like that. But let's just break it down to 30. Now, you may not take all 30 minutes to do your skills. You might, you won't, you might. So it's hard to gauge, right? But if we just go by that assumption, 30 minutes for skills, 30 minutes for skills, 30 minutes for skills, 30 minutes for skills, that's 4 hours. Now, we don't start skills until 9. So that means that we're not even taking the written test until around 1. And then everybody takes the written test. When you're done with the written test, that's when you get to leave, and you'll find out that day whether you passed both portions. Okay. So does that make sense? Good? Okay. All right. So you'll have 60 question multiple choice written exam. You have 90 minutes to do that test. And I have a resource for you to make this easy. So this is a free ebook. It's on our website. You're going to get a link to it in a little bit after class. Oh, thank you, Anna. So Anna says, thank you so much, Miss Patty, for everything. I passed my CNA exam. You are the best teacher. Congratulations. Great job. Great job. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I've got, when I went over there, they couldn't see sorry about that, guys. I got to get the follow me camera, but they're so expensive. Okay, so let's go. So I put the link for the ebook in the chat for you guys. If you go back and watch, you'll see the link in the chat. It's also, you get a wrap-up email today. It'll be in there as well. It's also on the paper that you have in front of you, not the syllabus, not the long one, the other one. But it's workbook style. It's free. It'll help you understand what's going to be on the written exam. But I'm going to break it down into 5 topics. So we're going to go over these as we go through the program. I'm going to make sure you're well prepared for the written test. This is not the hard one. But what they're going to be grading you on is, number 1, know your role. Well, we just spent 2 hours talking about our role. You should know your role by now. You should know what a CNA does, what they don't do, how they do it, and why they do it. That's what our role is. You also need to know your normals. So normals goes beyond vital signs. Sure, we need to know that a normal respiration is 12 to 20. A normal pulse is 60 to 100. We'll go over this. A normal blood pressure is 100 to 119 on the top, 60 to 79 on the bottom. We're going to learn all of this stuff. Don't memorize it yet. But we have to know normals. But this goes beyond vital signs. Knowing your normals actually involves understanding what's normal for the patient, what's normal for aging, what's normal for certain conditions. Because if we don't know what normal is, how in the world are we going to know what to report? So knowing your normals is going to be tested on the written test. We also need to understand safety. Now, safety is a really big topic. I'm going to integrate it into every single lesson that we learn moving forward. Every principle is going to teach us about safety. So the principles are going to cover safety as we go through. Infection control. Boy, do I have a lot to teach you about infection control. And in fact, the first 2 hours of Wednesday, I'm going to talk nonstop about infection control. And I'm going to challenge some of your beliefs. I'm going to make you think about things a little bit differently. So stay tuned. But infection control is going to be covered as we go through the program. And then we have patient rights. Now, patient rights is a big one. Think about all of the rights that you have. You have the right to wear what you want. You get up in the morning, you get to look in your closet and figure out what you're going to wear. Yes, your employer might dictate a certain color or style, but you still get to pick whether you want to wear that or you want to suffer the consequences. It's still your decision, right? At what age are you willing to give up that right? You get to decide what you want to eat and when you want to eat it. If you want to get up at 2 o'clock in the morning and have an entire sleeve of Chips Ahoy cookies, you are free to do so. There is no food police standing in your kitchen telling you you can't do that. You are free to make that decision. At what age are you willing to give that up? You are free to decide when you want to go to bed. You want to stay up late and finish that movie? That's your decision. You want to go to bed because you're tired? That's on you. At what age are you willing to give up that right? Never. Do not make the mistake of thinking that patients have no rights. Patients have every single right that you have. And then a few more. So we have to be careful not to make our patients into prisoners. Okay? We're going to talk about that as we go too. But those are the 5 topics that are covered in the workbook. It'll give you sample questions, how to figure out what they're asking, why they're asking it, and how to disqualify certain answers. It's interactive. So that means it's going to ask you to do something. It's a workbook to work through those questions. So we have, I have 4,800 downloads of this, something like that. And the reviews I get from this is amazing. This will help you. It's quick to read too. You can get it on foryourcna.com/ebook. All right. So when you're done with the test, you've done the skills, you've done the written, you're ready to go. When you walk out, the evaluators are going to give you some printouts. They're going to look like this. This is for the written test. You're going to get another one for the skills test. I'll show you in a minute. And then you're going to get a page that lists your deficiencies. Remember those deficiencies from the skills? Everything you did not get a check mark on? We'll go into that in just a minute. But this is for the written. So here you've got the 5 categories of questions, how many questions were in the categories, and how many you got correct. Now, very common question. How many can I miss and still pass? Right? Because we're focusing on us again. How many can I miss and still pass? And the answer to that is it's a little more complicated than that, because you have to pass every one of these categories. So safety has 9 questions. If you miss all 9 questions, should you be a CNA? Would you want a CNA taking care of your mom that failed safety on the test? So there's only 9 questions here. That means if you miss 4 out of this category, you're not going to pass. So 4 questions could potentially fail you. Now, if we go down to the bottom here, providing specialized care for residents with changes, there's only 7 questions in that category. If you miss 3, you will fail. So it's not as easy as, oh, you can miss 17 questions and still be okay. It doesn't work like that. It's all graded by category. Does that make sense? Now, it gets worse. It gets worse. So not only can missing 3 questions fail you, there are some questions on the exam that if you answer it the wrong way, it will fail the entire exam. These are what we call critical concept questions. And what it means is you've got a question and 4 answers. Answer A is right, B is wrong, C is wrong, and D puts your patient's life in mortal jeopardy. If you choose D, you will fail the exam because you picked an action that would put your patient in mortal jeopardy. And these are all emergency questions. So what to do in a fire, what to do when your patient is having a heart attack. If you pick the wrong answer, it could fail the entire exam. Now, every exam has at least 1 critical concept question on it. And they're just trying to make sure that in an emergency, you're going to not pick an action that puts your patient in jeopardy. Good? Does that make sense? Okay. So in some cases, 1 question can fail you. So once you are done with the test and you get your written test results, you'll also get your skills test results. As long as they both up at the top say candidate has passed the written test or the clinical skills test, if both of them are passed, you're a CNA. Right then and there. You are a CNA. Congratulations. Now, down here, it'll tell you the skills that you got. That'll go over onto the next page. And then you've got your feedback, and that's what they call it, but these are the deficiencies. Now, in the state of Florida, we are graded by 2 RNs. If you see the same checkpoint here twice, that means it counted against you. Both of those evaluators said you failed to do this step. But if you only see it once, that means one of the evaluators was daydreaming. Somebody saw it, so that means you did it. But the other one didn't give you credit for it, so it's not going to count against you. So Florida is the only state that requires 2 RN evaluators, and it's specifically because we want to make sure that the evaluators aren't grading you unfairly. So if you're graded by 2, there's less of a chance of bias. Okay, good. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. And we're going to take a 15-minute break. So come back at 25 after. Oops. And I'm going to put this at 35. And then when you come back from break, we're going to get into the skills. Jessica, where's Jessica? Okay, so you still have the other half. You can do next door and take care of it with Jake. He can take, yeah, he can take it at the front computer.
Sorry.
All right, any questions on what we've gone over so far? No? Am I going too fast for anybody? All right. So when I was developing this program, when I first started teaching it, I didn't do a very good job. And the reason is when I started teaching CNA, I kind of figured I'm an RN. I can teach CNA. Can't be that hard. So what I started doing was what we did for RN. I was trying to create mini nurses. So I focused on body systems, anatomy, physiology, medical terminology, all that kind of stuff. That's not up here, is it? So my students, they did okay, but they didn't do great. And the problem is they really weren't prepared for out there. So I took their feedback and I started diving into what was required for the test. And as I started going through this, I started to realize these things. So by studying this, I developed this. Good? But I also developed the principles. And let me explain to you how these came about. So as I was going through these, the clinical checklists, I noticed that number one was the same for every single one of them. Every skill. Number one was exactly the same. Number one says, does the candidate, that's you, greet the resident, address by name, and introduce self. So if you don't do that, you don't get that check mark. That's a deficiency. So if you didn't greet the resident, you don't get the check mark. So just walking in and saying, hey, I'm here to do pericare, is that okay? That's no check mark because you didn't greet the resident. You didn't introduce yourself by name. Does that make sense? So this was on every single one. So, okay, I might be able to do something with that. I looked a little further and I realized that number two was exactly the same on every single skill. Number two is provide explanations to the resident about care before beginning and during care. So there's the answer to your question. Do I have to say everything you say? Well, number two says we have to tell them before and during. So the answer to that is probably yes. You probably do need to say everything that I'm doing because otherwise they don't know what you're doing. And it's a checkpoint. Okay. Now, moving on, I started to also notice that at the end of every skill, these checkpoints kept coming up, like ask resident about comfort needs during care and before care completed. Oh, that's on every single checklist. So, okay, we got to greet the resident. We've got to address them by name. We've got to introduce ourselves. We've got to provide explanations. And we got to ask them about comfort during care and before care is complete. So I use this information as I was going through the checklists, and I started to notice common themes. So those checkpoints are the same on every single skill we're going to learn. We have to do those. They're always there. But there's also a few that were always on washing skills. And there were a few that were always on skills when a patient was uncovered or undressed. And there were some that showed up when there were towels and washcloths and linens involved. So I grouped all of these together, these checkpoints that kept showing up on multiple skills. And I created the principles with them. And that's what we're going to learn. These are principles. So you see them on the back wall. We're going to learn them as we go through. Of course, we already know skill rules. We follow the care plan. So this is called the opening or opening procedures. This is how we start every skill. So every skill that we're going to learn how to do is going to start like this. Doesn't matter what the skill is. All 20 skills we're going to learn, they all start like this. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I always throw a how are you? I want to know how my patient is. Legitimately, I want to know. It's not just something to say. Because if I got to get this patient out of bed and into a wheelchair, I kind of have to know that they're okay to do that before I get them sitting up on the side of the bed. So I always ask, how are you? If they say, oh, I feel awful, I'm hurting, I've got a headache, I'm nauseous. Oh, I don't have to go any further. Let me go report that to the nurse. It saves me a ton of time. Okay. So knock, knock, knock. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? Then I let them know why I'm here. I am here to insert name of skill here. Now, you can say it in your own words. I'm here to take you for a walk. Or you can read it right off the care plan if you're nervous. I am here to measure and record respirations. So if you're nervous and you can't put it in your own words, you can read it off the care plan. I like to put it in my own words. I want to use words my patient is going to understand. I'm here to take you for a walk. You feel like going for a walk? And then we're going to ask the most important question in healthcare. Is that okay? You do not have the right to do anything to another human that they don't allow you to do. Good? Make sense? Now, you don't know me. If I come over there and I put my hands on you without permission and you tell me no and I still touch you, you can file charges. Anybody know what those charges are? Battery. That's right. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean if you're charged with battery? I mean, what does it mean you did? Touch somebody without their permission. That's right. Do you think it matters whether you're outside at the bus stop or in the movie theater or on a date? No. Touching somebody without their permission is battery, period. No means no. So it does not matter if it's in a nursing home or a hospital or an assisted living facility either. No means no. So if you touch somebody without their permission, you can and will be charged with battery. So it's important to understand that patients have rights. They have the right to say no. In fact, they can say no at any time for any reason. So if you're halfway through a skill and they say no, you need to be hands off, because no means no. So let me tell you a little bit about help. I have a saying, help isn't help if it doesn't help. It's a pretty easy saying, right? Help isn't help if it doesn't help. So a couple years ago, I was very busy. So everything that you see, I actually create. So all the graphics, like I actually make this. I make her, I make this. I do all of my graphics. I also record all of the videos and edit them. The animated video you saw today, I created that myself. I do all the websites. I'm a pretty busy individual. About 18-hour days, 7 days a week. But I got a busy mind, so I'm okay with that. And I love what I do. Guys, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. I love what I do, which is a good thing. Now, the problem with that is that I am a team of one. So I don't have anybody that I can, say, hey, will you go do this? So Jacob helps. He's my manager. He runs a store. He's my son. He runs a store. And he does the shipping for me. But as far as all of this goes, it's me. Make sense? Good? All right. So when we're talking about this, right, the opening, we have to understand, I just lost my train of thought. Hold on a minute. We have to understand that every part of it means something. Okay, it means something. So each one of these is going to represent a checkpoint. So if you don't do this in the order I show you and do it the way that I teach you, you're risking not getting all of your checkpoints. But it goes beyond that. And I create a lot of resources to reinforce this. And because I create a lot, you're not going to see everything that I do because I create a lot. I'm going to give you links to a lot of this. I'm going to give you links to a video on the opening. Whether you use them or not is completely up to you. I'm giving you enough information to pass. But if you want to go above and beyond, watch the videos that I send you after class today. But the whole point here is that I can't overstate how important these checkpoints are, because they're going to show up on every single skill you do. And it's not just for the test, it's for a clinical setting too. So I don't work in clinical setting anymore. This takes up all of my time, guys, all of it. So I'm not out in a clinical setting any longer. But when I was, this is how I did it all the time. All the time. You never, ever, ever, ever saw me lay hands on a person without their permission. So help isn't help if it doesn't help. Okay. So because I'm so busy, I hired a house cleaner once. Now, when the house cleaner came in, I explained roughly what I wanted them to do, but I wasn't overly detailed because they're house cleaners. This is what they do. They should know what to do. I tell them the rooms I want done and they should do it, right? Well, when they vacuumed and mopped, they didn't move any of the little rugs like in front of the sink in the bathroom. They just vacuumed around them and mopped around them. So they did the sliding glass doors, but they only did up as high as they could reach. They wiped my counters off. You know, I got granite counters. They wiped the counters off, but didn't move a thing. So like the toaster is sitting there and there's crumbs under the toaster, but the rest of it got wiped. Now, it was my fault because I wasn't specific. I didn't tell them exactly what I wanted done. I also never hired a house cleaner before, so I didn't know what was expected. And I haven't hired a house cleaner since, because help isn't help if it doesn't help. Now, that house cleaning adventure cost me a couple $100, and I still had to go back and do it all myself. So we have to understand that when we are helping patients, we are there to do just that. We are there to help our patients. But it's not helping if it doesn't really help. And that means that we kind of have to do things the way they want it done. Now, we're going to use some guidelines to help us keep us in our scope of practice, but we also want to take our patients' preferences into account as well. Does that make sense? Okay. So we want to humanize this, not just these are skills I have to do. There's a body over there. I have to do them on. These are humans and they have preferences and they have ways that they've been taking care of their own body forever. And we want to make sure that we're incorporating those as well, getting to know our patients, because help isn't help if it doesn't help. Does that make sense? So we're going to learn all of these principles, but please remember, as we're doing this, oh, okay, hold on. As we're doing this, we definitely want to keep our patients in mind. Okay, so Miss Patricia Laramie, what is your email address? This is very easy. We are branded everywhere. So it's foryourcna@gmail.com. That's how you find us. We're branded everywhere. Now, for those of you guys in my classroom, on your syllabus, up in the upper corner right here, upper right-hand corner, you will see this is my personal email address. You can get in touch with me personally. Now, I only give that to my classroom students, not to the world at large, because I already get like 500 emails a day. So if you want to reach me, for those of you virtual, if you want to reach me, it's foryourcna@gmail.com. So we're going to use these principles to learn how to care for our patients effectively, but keeping in mind that we may have to tweak it a little bit based on their specific needs. So opening sounds like, hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever, name of skill. Is that okay? Now, if you want to throw a how are you today in there, that's great. It's not graded. It's not on the checkpoint. You don't have to. I like to when I'm working with real patients. Okay, good. Good. Okay. There we go. So as I was creating all this, this is actually pretty new. I just developed these. As I created this, I started to realize I color coded all. I like color. I like bright colors. I think it's fun. I don't think that education should be boring, right? So I color coded everything. And then I went in, I took the checklist. These are the actual checklists, right? I color coded which checklists, which checkpoints went with one of my principles to see. And I was doing this before taping to make sure that I got every single principle and every single checklist, right? So if you look at this, okay, notice how much green and red is on here. Do you guys see that? Do you see how much green and red is on there? It's like half the skill. Half the skill. Green is the opening, right? The opening. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty, and I will be doing whatever skill on you. Is that okay? Make sense? Good. Now, at the end of every skill, we're going to learn how to do the closing in a few minutes, and those you can see all in red. So when you start looking at all of these, and I've got them all up here, when you start looking at all these, look how much green and red. Look how much green and red. Look how much green and red. Guys, about half of every single skill that we're going to learn how to do, half of the checkpoints for every single skill we're going to learn how to do is the opening and the closing. You guys see that? So if you skip the opening when you're doing your test, look how many checkpoints you're missing. Now that's going to be important because when you guys are starting to practice in here, week 3 is really when we have some practice time built into the program. When you start to practice in here, invariably, every single class session, I have somebody that's practicing that totally skips the opening. They just go over to the supply shelf, they get their supplies, and they start doing their skill. And I remind them, hey, you got to do your opening. And they'll usually tell me, yeah, I know I got to do that, but I'm just focusing on the steps of the skill right now. But these are the steps of the skill. The opening is the step. It's not the opening and the skill. It's the opening of the skill. Because if you practice without doing the opening, you know what's going to happen on the test? You'll forget. Yep. Because it's not part of your routine. Now, the best place to practice the opening, we'll get to this in a little bit, and I'll say it again, but the best place to practice the opening is in your bathroom at home. You got a door to knock on. You got somebody to talk to, the one in the mirror. You've got a privacy curtain to pull, and you've got a sink right there to wash your hands. Everything you need to practice the opening is in your bathroom at home. Write the steps on your mirror. And every time you go in the bathroom, practice it. Okay? It should roll off your tongue. By Wednesday, I should be able to point to you and say, Owen? Oh, I got one right. I should be able to point to you and say, tell me the opening. And you should be able to go, hi, Miss Jones. My name is Owen, and I'm your CNA today, and I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands. You should be able to rattle it off that quickly, that smoothly. And if you can't, it's going to be really hard for you when you start practicing. Okay? So practice this in your bathroom at home. Send everybody else out for ice cream because you sound weird talking to yourself. But write the steps on your mirror. Every time you walk in there, practice your opening. Good? It counts. It counts big on the state exam. Now remember, when you get your 3 skills, you're going to be graded on checkpoints for each one of these skills. You can see these checkpoints here in the classroom, and they're going to be in your book as well. So each one of these is going to count a little bit differently depending on how important that particular checkpoint is. But I am going to tell you that these checkpoints in the opening are all weighted heavily because it doesn't do your patient any good if they don't know what you're about to do on them. It doesn't do your patient any good if they don't know who is about to do this skill on them. And it certainly doesn't do your patient any good if they aren't sure that you're supposed to do this on them. Does that make sense? Okay, remember that each one of these is going to correspond to a checkpoint on that checklist. And you can see here how many checkpoints this addresses. So they're important. So we call this the big four. We have skill rules that we learn. They apply to every skill. It tells us what to do. The opening applies to every skill. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. Glove rules, which we're going to learn on Wednesday, is evaluated for every skill. We don't wear gloves for every skill. And I'll explain to you on Wednesday why that's not a good practice. And then at the end of every skill, we have the closing, which we're going to be learning in just a few minutes. But we call this the big four because these four principles apply to every single skill. It doesn't matter what else we're doing with the patient. Every skill is going to have a care plan to follow, the opening that has to be done, gloves to evaluate, and closing to end the skill. And we're going to learn the closing in a few minutes. We're actually going to learn the opening a little bit more as well. So if you look at page 27, I have all of these principles laid out for you. And as we go through the program, we're going to mix and match these principles. Remember, the big four is on every single skill, but washing rules isn't. Privacy blanket is on a few. Linen rules is on a few. Shoe rules are on a few. So we're going to mix and match them to create skills. But we can't do that until we learn the principles. So as we go through this program, if a principle is involved in a skill, we're either going to review it, if you've already learned it, or learn it and apply it to the skill. Good? Questions? So resident rights is going to play into this a little bit. And some of the rights that residents have is to be treated with dignity and respect. Now, I want to stop there for a second. I used to tell people, I want you to imagine your very favorite family member in bed when you're doing a skill, but I'm changing that. I want you to imagine you're doing this skill on you. How would you want to be treated? Would you want all of your most private areas exposed to total strangers? Would you want to be fed so fast that you begin to choke? Would you want to be grabbed out of bed and thrown into a wheelchair? So when we talk about treating residents with dignity and respect, what I mean is, how would you want to be treated? I don't care what you see out there. I don't care what other CNAs do. And I definitely don't subscribe to the theory, well, this is the way you learn it in school and this is the way we do it in the real world. Don't get me started on that one. Because out in the real world, there are real people. And these principles should apply to those real people a whole lot more than they apply to a plastic one. Don't ever forget that patients deserve to be treated with dignity and respect. If these patients could take care of themselves, where would they be? At home, taking care of themselves. That's where they want to be. When you get sick, let's say for some reason you develop a stomach bug right now and you're sick, where do you want to go? Home, right? It's your safe space. It's where you feel most comfortable. And when you're ill, you want to be at home way more than you want to be anywhere else. So if we have patients that want to be home and they're not home, that's probably going to make them a little grumpy. Correct? All right. Anybody ever been a patient at a hospital? Yeah. When you are sick, the one thing you need more than anything else is rest. The one place you can't get it is in the hospital. In a hospital, an average of 17 different individuals come in and out of that room every 24 hours. 17 times. Yeah, you've got doctors and nurses, different shifts. You've got CNAs, you've got phlebotomists, you've got EKG techs, you've got transporters, you have social services, you've got billing clerks, you've got volunteers, you've got specialists. All of those people come in and out of that room. It's a whole lot of people, which means that your patient is probably not getting a whole lot of rest. What does that do to our mood? Oh man, so we're grumpy because we're not home. We're cranky because we're being interrupted at all times. And then we get some smart aleck CNA that comes in and assists that we do things their way. You think that we're going to take that laying down? Probably not. And this is how we set up conflict between staff members and patients. So instead of conflicting with a patient, I want you to put yourself in their shoes. They're very, very self-absorbed right now. They're trying to figure out what's going on with them. They're scared to death. Every patient in a hospital is dying. Just ask them, they'll tell you. Absolutely. Not just the hospital, every setting. When something goes wrong with you, your first instinct is this going to kill me? How serious is this? And that's closely followed by, how is it going to impact my life? Am I going to be able to work? Who's feeding my cat? Who's picking up my kids? Who's cooking dinner for my significant other? How am I going to pay this bill? Because healthcare is not free. It costs a lot of money. And that is generally paid for by the patient in some way, either through insurance payments or through copays. And we have to be aware of all of that. Because if I'm paying $6,000 a month to be in this nursing home and you aren't answering my call light, where is my $6,000 a month going? And if you don't think that will make your patients grumpy, let me tell you again. I know you've got way too much to do, but remember the patients are paying for your service. And we have to keep that in mind. Dignity and respect. Good. Other rights they have is to be able to freely communicate. I actually got into it with the CNA one time over this. The patient's family was coming in from out of state. They had a very small window that they could meet with the patient. And the CNA decided that that is when giving the patient a bath would fit into her schedule. So she tried to chase the family out of the room so she could do her skills. I stopped that because the patient has a right to freely communicate. Doesn't matter whether your patient's schedule fits into yours. Who should it all be about? The patient. Patient has a right to use their own possessions. They have a right to join religious and social activities. I'm going to stop here for a second because religion is a big issue. Big issue. You do not have to believe the way your patient believes to listen to what they believe. You don't have to convert. But if your patient wants to talk about religion, you have an obligation to listen to them because it's part of their care, emotional care as well as physical care. So if you have a patient who wants to talk about Buddhism, let them talk. You don't have to respond. You don't have to convert. You don't have to explain why your religion is way better than theirs. All you have to do is listen. Okay. But you also don't want to force them to do things that they don't want to do. If there's a religious service in the activity room and you know that this patient is that religion, you can't force them to go. It'd be like me dragging you to church. It may not be what you want to do today. But let me tell you the worst story I ever saw about this. This was absolutely horrible. There was a patient who he didn't speak much English at all. He and his wife had been in a horrible car accident. She had died. He went to live with his son and girlfriend, I think it was, might have been wife, but went to live with his son. And it got to be too much, so he went into a nursing home. Now, he spoke very, very little English, but he had a little shrine built like on his table, bedside table. And one day, the statue on that shrine went missing. And he searched high and low. I mean, he moved the bed, he moved the table, he searched high and low, could not find it. He quit eating, he quit communicating, he lay down and essentially died. When they packed up his clothes after he passed away, they found that statue wrapped up in a pair of boxer shorts in the back of the closet, intentionally hidden. And of course, they questioned all the staff. What happened? And one CNA finally came clean and said, yeah, I didn't like the way the eyes were following me around the room, so I hid the statue. So this is not just a very bad lapse in judgment. This is desecration. Moving a religious statue and specifically wrapping it up in dirty boxer shorts before hiding it is desecration. That CNA was reported to the Board of Nursing and is no longer a CNA. Now, what was particularly troubling is the CNA knew the patient was going downhill and still didn't step up and admit what happened. I'm okay with that person not being a CNA anymore. Patients have the right. We can't interfere with that. Good? Makes sense? I don't care if those eyes are following you around the room. Make friends with it. They also have a right to be free from abuse and restraints. And we'll get into restraints a lot later. All right, so all of these principles, I do have flashcards. I just like to mention this to you guys, just so that you know. I have flashcards. It has all of the principles, it has all the skill steps, and it has all of the supplies that we're going to use for each skill. These are available for you guys on my website. I think they're $29.99 for you guys, or $24.99 for you guys. They're $14.99 while you're enrolled. So after graduation, they'll go back up to the regular price. So if you wish to purchase them, just go next door and let Jake know, and he'll get you a set. It's not mandatory. You can make your own, but these are available to you. So we talked a little bit about this, the patient experience. We know they're sick. We know that they're focused on themselves. We know that they're sleep deprived. We know that they're grumpy and that they're worried about their own health. We know all that. But what we don't often think about is the setting that they're in. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to get into that. So let's think for a second about this patient right here, okay? This patient is, let's say she's got a hip fracture. She had hip surgery. She's in our hospital, and she brought her own pathogens with her. She didn't leave them at home. She brought her own pathogens with her. And the problem with hospitals specifically is, well, let me put this in terms you can understand. I am tired. I worked long hours last week, and I'm tired. And if I want a break, I can't just call up my local hospital and say, hey, I'd like to reserve a room for 3 days. I need a little break, right? You can't do that. That's what hotels are for. It's for cruise ships are for, right? They're not the local hospital. In fact, when you go into the ER of the hospital, their whole job is to get you out, not up. In order to get a bed in the hospital, you've got to prove that you are sick enough to need that bed. And it's really hard to do. How many of you guys have ever been to the ER and got discharged? Yeah, that's their job. That is their job. If they admit you, they have to justify that admission. So it's a hard job. That means that this woman earned this spot. She is sick enough to be here. Congratulations. But so is everybody else. And they all brought their own pathogens. So we brought the sickest people of our community all under one roof. It is a pathogen paradise. Now, these patients aren't going room to room. They pretty much stay where we put them in most cases, with the occasional exception of wandering down to Subway. I've seen that too. So they pretty much stay where they put them, which means that all of her pathogens are going to stay with her. But I go in and out of her room, and then I go in and out of somebody else's room, and then I go in and out of another patient's room, and I'm the one that's going to track pathogens from place to place. That is what infection control is all about. Recognizing the danger that the pathogens present in a clinical setting and taking action to prevent not contracting it ourselves, but passing it from patient to patient. Because remember, she's already got a problem. She has a hip fracture that had surgery. Her immune system currently at full capacity. Now, if we give her another pathogen, MRSA, C. diff, pneumonia, whatever, we give her something else, her immune system probably isn't going to be able to fight that new thing off because it's already busy. Now, you might think that this is a very low risk, and it's not. 1 out of every 25 people in the hospital contract something they did not come in with. Guys, that's like riding a roller coaster and saying, hey, one of you guys on this roller coaster is going to fall out. Not sure which one. Choose your seats wisely. 1 out of 25. Now, 1 out of 12 of those is going to die. This is a big deal. This is not a little deal. This is a big deal. And that's why we have to talk so much about infection control to make sure that we're not the ones contributing to this. Medical errors kill more people than heart disease. That's you guys. You're the ones with the patients. Think about that. Medical errors kill more people than heart disease. And heart disease is the #1 killer. So people rely on us to help them, to take care of them. And we're not doing such a great job of that. We might help them with this problem, but we're really good at giving them new problems. So that's why a lot of this program is going to focus on steps to prevent that from happening. Good? That's why we have to do things a certain way. And that's what I'm going to teach you with these principles. Okay, good? Good. Every patient is going to be different. We'll talk about this as we go through, but just remember that your patients are all different. And what worked for one diabetic patient isn't going to work for another diabetic patient. So I usually give this illustration when I talk about the care plan. I forgot to do it earlier, but let me give you an example of why this is so important, guys, and that we don't just treat everybody the same. So, and why we have to follow the care plan. So there was a nursing home, and they put all of their diabetics on one wing, and the CNA was trained to do blood sugar sticks and, monitor for signs and symptoms of diabetic issues, low blood sugar, high blood sugar, that type of thing. And the CNA had been working there for a long time, and they had one patient that was a very brittle diabetic. Now, brittle means that blood sugars go up and down, no real warning, no real association to food or activity. It's just like their blood sugars have a mind of their own. Okay. So it's not really tied to anything. So at any time that could be high or low, no clue. So anytime the patient had symptoms, the CNA had to report that to the nurse. And the patient would get pale and sweaty and woozy and nauseous. So the CNA reports it to the nurse. The nurse goes and puts sugar and orange juice, gives it to the patient. The patient perks up. Life is great. And this happened for months. Patient would have symptoms. The CNA would report it to the nurse. The nurse would put sugar and orange juice. Patient got better over and over and over again. Well, on this particular day, the nurse that normally cared for that patient was out, and there was a substitute nurse who was busy with an emergency that was happening. So the CNA couldn't, there was nobody really to help, right? So the CNA, patient gets symptoms, CNA decides, well, I know what works. So put sugar and orange juice, gave it to the patient. Within 3 days, the patient was dead. So what happened? Why did it work for the nurse and not the CNA? Well, what the CNA didn't know was that the patient wore a continuous blood glucose monitor. And this is back when they were still pretty new. And anytime the CNA reported to the nurse, hey, the patient's got symptoms, the nurse looked at their actual blood sugar level on this monitor. CNA never saw that step. And every time that the blood sugar was low, they gave them orange juice with sugar, and it brought it back up. Well, the symptoms of high blood sugar and low blood sugar are often very, very similar. And what the CNA did was she treated high blood sugar with more sugar. Patient went into a coma, was transferred to the hospital, and within 3 days died.
What happened to the CNA?
So again, they're outside of the scope of practice. Nobody told them to do that. So what do you think happened to the CNA? Yeah, they had to accept liability for that action. Okay. Does that make sense? So you never want to be in that situation where you have to defend your actions. You should always be able to say, hey, I was just doing what the care plan told me to do. Good? Make sense? Okay. So be really, really careful. Don't treat all diabetics alike. If somebody gets woozy, don't just automatically throw some sugar and orange juice and give it to them, because not all patients are alike. They're all going to be a little different. So when we are taking the exam, chances are you're probably going to make a mistake. You're new to this, and that's okay. You'll probably mess a few things up during the test. The good news is you can make corrections. So let's say that you are assigned to do range of motion on the left shoulder, and you go in and you do all the exercises, and then you stop and look and you realize you did it on the wrong side. Oops, and we know we have to follow the care plan. Care plan said left shoulder. I did it on the right. Oops, maybe they won't notice. Yeah, they did. They did. These evaluators are very, very good at their jobs. Very good at their jobs. So they noticed. But if you say, correction, I did the exercises on the wrong side, I would have done them on the left shoulder. Now, that deficiency, remember, anything without a check mark is a deficiency. Because you acknowledged it, it will get a check mark. So you can make corrections on the state exam. You can also start any skill over. If you're just like really out there and flubbing everything up and it's just a mess, you can stop, reset, and start over. Now, they don't like that because those RNs that are grading you, they're getting paid by the day. They want to go home. They want to be in their pools, drinking their margaritas, and not watching you start pulse for the third time. And at some point, they're going to say, you've either got it or you don't. So you want to use this very sparingly. Okay. And remember, the longer it takes you, the longer everybody is going to be there for the day. So they want you to kind of move along. You want to show that you are able to take care of those patients safely, with dignity, and competently. And if you can prove that, you'll be a CNA. Okay. If you're in there just messing up all over the place, restarting 6 times and just like a total mess, you're probably not going to do all that well. And this is where practice is going to come in. Okay. So you can make corrections. I have a whole lesson on this, page 33, and there is a video on it if you want to learn more about making corrections. But it's best to make them right away, as soon as you realize you made a mistake. Now, at the end of the skill, I want you to go back and read that care plan, just to make sure you got everything. Because remember, the care plan is key, right? And if you figure out you made a correction or you made a mistake, you can correct it then. But it's best to make those corrections when you realize that you've made a mistake. Don't wait until the end to make your corrections. Good? Good. So you have to tell the evaluator, my skill is done. Or you can say I'm finished or my task is complete, however you want to say it. Nobody really cares, but you have to end the skill. And that's because when you say that, it's kind of like that red button on a game show, locking in your final answer. You can't go back and change anything after you tell the evaluator your skill is done. So don't say this until you're sure you don't have to make any corrections. Okay? Yeah, I always recommend that you reread that care plan one more time before you end your skill. Most of the time, you actually have to perform the steps that you're correcting, but not always. So, like if you did range of motion on the wrong side, you can correct that verbally. But if you, let's say you're doing mouth care and you can't say, I would have brushed the teeth. They need to see you do that. Okay. So some things can be corrected verbally. Most of them you'll have to go back and actually do it. They'll tell you when they need to see it. So let me show you how we're going to get through this course. We have a syllabus, which is this, and we have 2 books in front of you. And then you also have an online course that you're going to be enrolled in today after class. So that online course we're going to talk about as we go. It has a lot of interactive activities in it to make sure that you can put into practice what you're learning. So like there's a supply gathering activity. It shows you all the supplies and says, what do you need for this skill? And you've got to choose the right ones. There's a sequencing activity. It shows you all the steps for the skill. You got to put them in the right order. There's practice questions, there's documentation, there's flashcards, there's all kinds of stuff in the online program, and you guys all have access to that for free as being part of this. But let's talk about the 2 books. So this, oh, cool, Brock. So Brock says, I remember watching you during my CNA class. I'm in nursing school now. Congratulations. Awesome. Thanks for tuning in. All right. So this is your homework book. You're not going to write in this, highlight it, make notes. You're going to return this to me on the very last day of class. You're going to take it home today and leave it there. Don't bring it back and forth to class. We don't use this book in class. It's not my favorite book. But it does work for homework reading. because there's some stuff in here that I'm just not going to talk about that you're going to have to get through your reading. Okay, so it's good for homework reading, but we don't work out of that book. In my book, the spiral book, I've got tests based on what you read. So you're going to go home tonight and read chapter 1 in the yellow book, and then you're going to go to page 181 in the spiral book and take the test. Now, this is all on your syllabus right here in the homework column. Let me go back here. I forgot to go through this. Hold on. All right, so when you're looking at your syllabus, you'll see that there are 4 columns and that there's a whole bunch of rows. The rows are the classes. So this section is for today. And then we have one for Wednesday, Monday, Wednesday, Monday, Wednesday, Monday, and Wednesday for graduation. The columns tell you what we're going to do in each class. So here you'll see in-class skills. So we learned skill rules. You guys remember that? We learned the opening. We're going to get into that a little bit more in a minute. We're going to learn the closing in a minute, hand washing and indirect care. So we still have a ways to go, and I know I've only got 40 minutes. This is going to be the lectures that I give and that the pages corresponding to those lectures. So we talked about what to expect on the CNA exam. We talked about delegation and liability. We talked about patient considerations. I showed you the testing care plans here. And we also talked about the principles, or let's puzzle this out, all of the principles that we're going to learn. The third column is your homework. You'll see that we're going to read chapter 1, pages 1 to 20. And we're going to take the test in the white book or spiral book on page 181. Now, this last column are things that I hope we get to, but we may not. So today, we actually went through the 5 key phrases. We did the care plan activity. We learned about corrections. And we learned about skills grading. So we still have to do warm, dark, moist. Okay. So do you guys see how to use this syllabus? Okay. So the yellow book goes home with you. It is only used for homework reading. Don't bring it back to class. And let me tell you why I don't like the yellow book. In the back, I'm just going to borrow yours for a second. It's a good general knowledge book. But if you go to the index, you know, the very back, go to the index and look up care plan for me. Now, ideally, the care plan should be talked about on every single page in this book, shouldn't it? What do you guys think? How important is care plan? How many pages is it talked about? 2. It's actually 2 paragraphs out of this entire book. You see why I don't like the book? So I want you to keep in mind as you're reading this book that everything is dictated by that care plan. Okay? Thank you, Brock. All right. So when you take that test on page 181, the very back of your book has the answer key. This is how you're going to determine whether you got the answers right. And then down here is your grading scale. So if you missed 1, you got a 95, 2 is a 90, 3 is an 85. So when you come back to class on Wednesday, I'm going to go right down my syllabus here. I'm going to read your names, and you're going to tell me how many you missed or what your grade was. This is how I keep track of how you're doing in class. Now, I want you to take that test as often as you need to get 100. Because if you're reporting hundreds to me, that way I know you got the concepts. If you come into class on Monday and you tell me you made a 70, I'm going to ask you which ones you missed so we can discuss them, so I can make sure you got the information. To me, it's not about grades. I could care less about grades. I'm the only teacher on the planet that doesn't care about grades. And that's because if I'm the body in the bed, I'm not going to look up and say, what's your name? Carolise. I'm not going to say, what'd you get on chapter 4? You think I care as a patient what score you got on chapter 4? No, I'm going to care that you know enough that when I start coughing like crazy, that you put the head of the bed up to make it easier for me to breathe, right? That you got the concepts. Does that make sense? Good. All right. On the front of your yellow book is a letter and number. The letter is Y. When I call your name, tell me what your book number is. Y1, Y6, Y10. And that's how I know who has what. If I call you a name and you want to be called something else, let me know, please. Alexa. Stop. Tanya. Kira. Carolise. Narai? Did I get that right? Christopher? Christopher, do you still have your books? Okay, good. Jada? Thank you. And my condolences, by the way. Peyton? Alessandra? Jessica?
And you can call me Alex. I'm sorry.
Alex? Rebecca? Amy? Fernanda? Did I say that right?
Yes.
Good. Stephanie? 10. Shayla? David? Ariana? And Owen?
12.
Thank you. All right. Good job. It's the hardest thing you'll have to do today. So let's get through how to use this study guide. I'm going to go through this very, very quickly. We'll get into it in more detail as we go, but I'm running short of time again. I talk way too much. All right. So if we go to page 52, this is how each skill is going to start. Every skill is going to follow the same format. You'll see the name of the skill at the top. Down here, it'll show you what principles cover this skill. The skill specific one will be spelled out for you. These are the principles that govern this skill. If you follow each one of these steps, you're guaranteed to get 100%. Okay. I have a video on it. And then down here is test specific information. So if you look down here, it'll tell you for the test, somebody with your level of experience should be able to complete this skill in 5 minutes or less. It'll tell you if a skill is going to be done on a live patient like one of you or on the mannequin. There are a few mannequin skills. So if you see a mannequin there, that means that you're going to do this on the mannequin in the test. Now I'm going to tell you something. When you're practicing in this room, if it shows live student there, you need to be practicing it on a real person. If it shows mannequin there, you need to be practicing it on the mannequin. If you try to practice something on a mannequin that you're really going to do on a live student, when you get to the test, it's going to be like you didn't practice at all. Okay. So I put that there for you to know who you should be practicing it on. Beside that, it tells you where that person is going to be, either in bed or in a chair, so you can set this up for the skill for the test. The evaluator will set that up for you. And then it'll tell you whether charting is required. If you go to page 53, I'll show you how the skills pages are laid out. Now, this skill page is going to tell you step by step how to do this skill. Now, I used to do activity with you guys. I don't have time to do today, but just know that I am extremely detailed. If you think about a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, how many steps do you think are involved in a PB&J? 4? 10? Okay, you're detail oriented. It's actually 42. Yeah, it's actually 42. Because you got to open the cabinet to get the peanut butter. You got to take the lid off the peanut butter. You got to open the drawer to get the knife. You got to open the twist tie on the bread wrapper. A lot of steps. So if I can make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich into 42 steps, that means that I don't expect you to know anything. That's how I wrote these. So there is no question about when to put toothpaste on a toothbrush. There's no question about when to recap the toothpaste. There's no question about anything. It is literally in these steps. I handed this to a 9-year-old one time and said, just follow this. And they were able to duplicate the skill flawlessly. So if I can get a 9-year-old to do this, I'm certain I can get you to do it. Okay. Now, when you're at home practicing, best way to do this is to find a live human laying around. Dead ones won't help you real well. You got to find a live one. Hand them this book. And at first, tell them to read the step to you. They read it, you do it. They read it, you do it. They read it, you do it. That way you make sure that you're doing it the right way. But after a while, when you've done the skill once or twice, you don't need somebody to read it to you. Now you need them to check to make sure you're doing it right. You can create your own evaluator at home long before you get to the test using these pages. Every single skills page will start with a care plan. What do we need to know about the care plan? Follow it. Step-by-step instructions. And then here I have comprehension questions for every skill. Down below is your supplies for every skill. And then we have the online course. Now, all of you will be enrolled in the online course after class today. The username and password that you created when you signed up for the class will get you into the online course. So you'll actually get an email that says you've been enrolled. Okay. So let's get into the opening. I'm going to race here. Let's get into the opening. We've already talked a little bit about the opening. This is on page 30. Remember, it's part of every single skill we do. I have a video on it as well that you can watch. And page 31, actually in bold here, in bold on page 31, gives you what to say. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I am here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. So that is our opening. We're going to do it at the beginning of every single skill, and that's what's going to check off about a quarter of all of our checkpoints for each skill. So it's pretty important that we learn to do this properly. So knocking is actually an important step, and it's one that CNAs miss a lot. But I want you to think about patients that are not home. They're in a strange place surrounded by strangers. They don't know you. They don't know their roommates. They didn't get to pick any of this. And every time they close their eyes, some new stranger walks in their room. So imagine for a second, you're laying there as a patient. You close your eyes. You finally manage to drift off to sleep. You hear a noise. You open your eyes, and there's some stranger, rando, standing over you with a sharp object. What are you going to do? Yeah, I'm hitting first and asking questions later. I can guarantee you that. Absolutely. So this is why knocking is important, because we need to keep that space safe for our patients. They need a safe space to be in. If we just invade their space with no warning, it actually sets up for a negative patient encounter. They will react, whether they mean to or not, they will react hostilely to that because they feel like absolutely everything is out of their control. So we want to make sure that this is a psychological thing, guys. We want to make sure that they feel like they have control over their environment. They don't have control over anything else, but they have to feel like they have control over their environment. Good? Make sense? You actually see that. I love the way children's hospitals do this. I wish they would do this in other settings. Children's hospitals have got this down. They don't do scary procedures on kids in the kids' room. They take them to a procedure room. That's where scary procedures are done. So we have to think about adults here. Adults are supposed to have better reasoning ability, and that's why they do scary procedures in the room. We shouldn't. We should keep that room as a secure environment for our patients. We can help with that by at least knocking before we enter. So knocking actually counts a whole lot more than you think it does. Good? Questions? All right, so we're going to knock. We're going to greet the resident and address them by name. Now, for the test, everybody is Mr. or Mrs. Jones. Doesn't matter what your name is, you're automatically going to be Mr. or Mrs. Jones. We only use one name for the test, makes it super easy for everybody. But we're not going to check ID bands. ID bands are never on a patient where they live. Think about your house. When you go home, do you have to put an ID band on so the people know who you are? No, it's where you live. So if you're working in nursing homes, assisted living facilities, long-term care, home care, your patients are not going to have ID bands. The only place we have ID bands is short-term settings, and that is less than 10% of our patients. So they don't test with ID bands. They test with having you address the patient by name. Same thing that happens in doctor's offices when you go to the doctor. Some tech, medical assistant, somebody takes your height, weight, whatever, puts you into a room, puts a chart outside the room, and then when the medical provider comes in, they call you by name. What's your name again? Tanya. So this is Tanya. Say hi, Tanya. Okay, so we all know she's Tanya. If I walk in the room and I say, hi, Kira, how are you today? What are you going to say? That's not me, because you don't want what I've got planned for Kira. Okay, so you are able to self-identify. And if our patient cannot self-identify, that would have come up during the assessment, and it would be reflected on the care plan. We've already got a process for this. Got it? So for the test, we just identify our patient by name. So one more time. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain, wash hands, get supplies. So let me explain to you why. Let's come back over here. Okay. All right. So let's say this is my patient, and I've got to do my opening. Hi, Ms. Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. How are you? I need to whatever. Is that okay? Now, once I get permission from the patient, then I'm going to close the curtain. If I just walk in and close the curtain, it kind of presupposes that my patient is going to say yes. It really sends a nonverbal cue to my patient that I don't care whether they consent or not. So we don't close the privacy curtain until we get consent. The order here matters, guys. But once I get consent and I close this curtain, let's think about this curtain for a second. Who touches this curtain? Everyone. So visitors are in the elevator scratching their butt and picking their nose, and they're touching the curtain. Patients in bed cough and sneeze and scratch what itches and touch the curtain. Nurses come in, empty the drainage bag with their gloves on and touch the curtain. These things are not clean. Now, housekeeping does spray them with a disinfectant spray in between patients, but they're only taken down and physically washed about once a year. So can we consider this thing clean? No. So when you touch the curtain, what's the next thing you would like to do? Those two things need to be tied in your head forever. If you touch the curtain, you have to wash your hands. Do you guys remember me saying that the biggest risk to these patients is us? Because we touch curtains, we touch all kinds of stuff, and then we touch our patient. And that's just germs. Good? Make sense? Everybody got it? Okay. So the order of that is important. Knock, knock, knock. Hi, Miss Jones. My name is Patty. I'm your CNA today. I'm here to whatever. Is that okay? Close curtain. Now, there is a checkpoint. Remember I said some checkpoints will fail you if you just miss this one checkpoint? Here it is. If you touch the patient before you wash your hands, it is an automatic fail. You guys got that? And that's because we know of the pathogens. So you cannot touch this patient until your hands are clean. So I'm going to close the curtain and then go wash my hands. So let me show you hand washing. Well, before we do that, let's go here. So remember I told you that you have access to the online course. So this is a lesson from the online course. It has a video that you can watch on the opening explaining each step. And then it has the steps. So we're going to do this together really quickly and see if we've got the order down here. So here are our steps. We've got gather supplies, close privacy curtain, read the care plan, identify the patient by name, knock on door, wash your hands, explain the task and ask for permission, and say your name and title. Those are our steps of the opening. Which one comes first? What do we do? How do we know what to do? Read the care plan. Remember that's step one for everything. Yep. How do we know what to do with each patient? We're going to read the care plan. Now, what's our next step? Knock on the door. Okay. What's our next step? Identify our patient. Okay. And then, yeah, I always want to sing that song. Say your name. Say your name. I can't sing. Say your name. And now what do we want to do? Explain the task. And then close curtain. Okay, so we don't want to gather our supplies yet because we don't have clean hands. So what do we want to do? Wash our hands and then gather supplies. And then we're going to hit that check button and it's going to tell us, yes, you got all of those steps right. Now, this is a drag and drop. Okay, so you just drag each one of these tiles and you guys all have access to this. You will have this for every single skill that we learn. All of the steps laid out and you've got to put them in the right order. Okay. If you get it wrong, it'll reset all of it and you got to start from scratch. All right. So let me, all right. Okay, let's get into the closing and then I'll do hand washing. All right. Just like the opening starts every single skill that we do, the closing is going to end every single skill that we do. It's in every single skill. The specifics are going to be located on page 35. And there's 8 C's to the closing. Our main principle here is always leave your patient looking better than you found them. And the very last thing that we do is wash our hands. We have to end skill with clean hands as a testing checkpoint. End skill with clean hands. So it doesn't matter what else you do, end skill with clean hands. Good? Now, the opening, the order mattered. The closing, the order does not matter. Doesn't matter how you do this other than the last 2 steps. The last 2 have to be the last 2. The rest of it, we don't care. And there's 8 C's here. So our the way that we remember this is we need to make sure our patient is in a clean and safe environment. So we have to look around, make sure the environment is clean. Guys, housekeeping is there to help us, but it is not their responsibility to make sure your patient's in a clean environment. It's yours. They're just there to help. Bed height needs to be in the low position for safety. We want to make sure the patient is comfortable, and we have to say the word. Are you comfortable? They have to hear the word, comfortable. But it's not just about physical comfort. It's also about emotional comfort. So think about the patient here. If they don't have anything to do, they're going to be bored out of their minds, which means they're going to be on the call light nonstop. So you need to give them something to do, a TV remote, their phone, crossword puzzle book, something. Otherwise, you're not going to get anything done. Remember, it's like, children. You got to have them occupied. So for the test, we're going to address this by offering a magazine. Okay. You want to open the curtain, make sure they have their call light, and then clean your hands. Now, if we have to chart, if I'm going to pick up this pen and write with it, my hands have to be clean to touch it. This pen goes in and out of every single room. Nurse's station goes home with me at the end of the day. I only want to touch this with clean hands. And then I have to end skill with clean hands. So if I've charted, I have to wash my hands again. Good. So my closing should sound like this. Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Is there anything else I can do for you? Are you comfortable? Your environment's clean. Bed is in the low position. You can adjust the head of the bed if the patient wants to. Can I get you a magazine before I go? I'm going to open the privacy curtain. Here's your call light. If you need anything, please let me know. I'm going to go wash my hands, chart if necessary, and wash my hands again. So the opening is shorter. The closing is really long, but the closing takes up a lot of checkpoints as well. This is not optional. You have to learn this. Okay. Good. Again, I have a lesson in the online program on the closing. There's a video for you to watch. And then there's what we call hotspot activity. It just asks you to address each part of the closing. So make sure the environment's clean, the bed's in low position, chart, give them their call light, wash your hands, open the curtain, and ask if they're comfortable. So now let's get into hand washing. So this is going to be on page 44. You'll see the closing a million times. Now, hand washing, they're not going to tell you, go wash your hands and let me grade you. It doesn't work like that. Hand washing, they're not going to say anything about. You have to know that you are required to wash your hands after you do the opening, before you get your supplies, and after you do the closing. They're not going to tell you to do it because they're grading that you know when to wash your hands as well as know how. Okay. So again, this is going to be part of every single skill that we do. You're going to be graded at the beginning and end of your first skill. These are the checkpoints that we're going to be graded on. And here are our step-by-step instructions on how to wash our hands. So let me show you hand washing. You guys see the sink there? Okay. So when we're washing our hands, when we approach the sink, the faucet is dirty. My hands are dirty. I can touch the faucet, no problem. Dirty hands can touch a dirty faucet. That's okay. I want to get water that's comfortable for me. If I like cold water, I'll use cold water. If I like warm, I can use warm. Whatever's comfortable. You're never going to get water hot enough to kill germs. It would have to be boiling. You can't wash your hands in boiling water. So comfortable. So you're going to turn the water on. And you're going to wet your hands. Now, when you wet your hands, you want to keep them in the sink area. Don't bring them out here. So you're going to wet your hands, and you're going to get a lot of soap. And when I say a lot of soap, I mean a lot of soap, because you're graded on bubbles. Not kidding. We're going to start rubbing our hands together. And when we start rubbing our hands together, we're going to look at the clock right above the sink. There will be a clock above the sink in the testing center. So when I bring my hands together, I'm going to look at that clock, and I'm going to rub the tops of my wrists all the way around, the backs of my hands and in between my fingers, down by my pinky, the bottom of my hand, in between my thumb and index finger, keeping my hands lower than my elbows and over the sink, and the palm of my hands, interlacing the fingers. And we have to rub all areas for at least 20 seconds, minimum. And then we're going to go down each one of our nails to clean our cuticles, circle our nails on the palm of our hand, and then we can rinse. Now, when we rinse, you want to keep your hands from touching the sink or the faucet. Your hands are clean. Those items are not. Hardest part of hand washing, don't shake. Tap. When I tap, the water goes in the sink. When I shake, the water goes everywhere. So want to tap to keep the water in the sink. We're going to get some paper towels. It does not matter how many. We're going to dry what's clean. Now, this up here is not clean. If I take my paper towel and go up here and then back down to my hands, I will have contaminated. So only dry what's clean. We're going to throw those away and get a clean, dry paper towel to turn our faucet off. Don't use those wet paper towels. Wet paper towels rip easily. That faucet is the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. Bring this over here. That faucet is the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. So we have to have a dry paper towel so that it doesn't rip when we're turning the faucet off. Good? Let's talk about this. Why do I tap? Pathogens need 3 things in an environment to thrive: warm, dark, and moist. Bathrooms are usually 2 or 3 degrees warmer than other environments because we don't like to be chilled when we get out of the shower. Bathrooms are usually dark. Mom trained you, turn light off when you're leaving the bathroom. And they're often moist because of showers and toilets and sinks and things like that. When you shake and you create pockets of moisture, bacteria live in the bathroom. We take them there every day to drop them off, guys. E. coli. They live in the bathroom. When you create pockets of moisture, you're creating little pools for that E. coli to multiply. And then you walk through it. And you walk through your clinical setting. You have the same shoes you get in your car with and at home. So you're transferring pathogens all over by just creating moisture in that area. Doing this keeps your moisture confined to the sink. Good? Questions? Okay. Yeah, we just did that. All right, so these are our checkpoints. Let's see if I did this right. Let's look at the checkpoints. Did I begin hand washing by wetting hands and applying soap? Did I wet my hands first?
Yes.
Guys, that's a checkpoint. Don't just walk up to the sink and get soap on your hands. You have to wet them first. Order matters. Did I use friction to distribute soap and create a lather? Cleaning the front and back of hands, between fingers, around cuticles, under nails, and wrists. Did I provide cleansing friction for a minimum of 20 seconds? Did I rinse my hands and wrists? Did I use clean paper towels to dry my hands and wrists and dispose of those in the trash can? And did I end hand washing skill with clean hands, avoiding recontamination of hands by direct contact with a faucet? Okay, so I'm happy. I did my skill correctly. So what you saw was according to the actual checklist that you're going to be graded on. So each one of those points matters. Good. These are the areas that are most frequently missed on our hands. The back of the thumb, this part of the thumb is missed a lot. The fingertips, we're really good about doing this part, but we're not real good about the fingertips. And this area, the webbing here, gets missed quite a bit as well. So pay attention to that because the evaluators are going to. Faucet handles are the dirtiest thing in the bathroom. but you can touch them with dirty hands. We're going to wet our hands. We're going to apply soap after we wet our hands. We're going to rub together for at least 20 seconds using a clock. Keep your hands lower than your elbows and inside the sink. Circle your wrists. Scrub the backs of your hands and in between your fingers, the palm of your hands, the thumb and the webbing, and the bottom of your hands by your pinky. Remember, it has to be at least 20 seconds. Those of you who like to sing ABCs, happy birthday, all the single ladies, whatever you want to sing, don't. Because when you're nervous for the test, you know what happens to your singing speed? Yeah, it's no longer an effective use of time, gauge of time. So for the test, use the clock that's right above the sink. Remember I said there's 2 evaluators? You guys remember that? The first one's over there at the sink watching you. The second one, the second evaluator, you think is not doing anything. When you put your hands together, they actually write down where the second hand was. When you get soap and put your hands together, you've got to rub. When you move to your nails, they write down where the second hand is when you move to your nails. And if it's not at least 20 seconds in between, you failed. So that second evaluator is doing something with hand washing. Okay. So, nope, we're not on break. Sorry. All right. So we're going to tap to keep the water in the sink, get some paper towels, dry, throw those away, and then turn the faucet off with a clean, dry paper towel. All right. I do have a activity in the online program. So if you go to the online program at the top, you'll see the care plan. It'll actually, if you click on the button, it actually brings up the care plan from the test along with the checklist. There's a video. And then we have a sequencing activity as well. So let's do this really, really quickly. What is the first thing that we need to do for hand washing? Turn the water on. Yeah. What's the second thing we do? Wet hands. Apply soap. I know it's hard. Okay, lather all surfaces. Rub for at least 20 seconds. Rinse. Oops, hold on. Rinse. All right. Dry hands, and then turn the water off with a barrier. If we check it, we get our gold star. Good job. I have a whole lesson on CNA hand washing simulations. We'll talk about this next class. And indirect care, you're going to need to read this, dog ear this, put a bookmark, whatever. You need to read this because I'm not going to get to it. I got 2 minutes left. So page 28, you'll want to read. But indirect care really means treating your patient the way you would want to be treated. So if you had to trade places with that patient, how would you want to be treated? Right? And you're being tested on it. But indirect care really is going to be comprised of these things: eye contact, tone of voice, rate of speech, facial expression, body language, explanations, posture, and attitude. All of this goes into how the patient perceives us. We've all seen that CNA that we wouldn't want taking care of a dead cat on the side of the road, right? We don't want to be one. So pay attention to how you are presenting yourself to the patient. So a quick recap of your homework. In this book, you're going to read chapter 1. On page 181, you're going to take the test and grade it. I do have a CPR class this Saturday. You'll get some information on this as we go through the program as well. I'll remind you again on Wednesday. I have 2 CPR classes while you guys are in session. Week 1 Saturday, week 4 Monday. You don't need CPR for the class. You don't need it for the test. You will need it to work. So while you're enrolled, I give it to you for $45. After graduation, it goes up to $55. So you'll probably want to schedule to come to one of these 2. You only need to come to 1, but sometime while I'm teaching to get it at a cheaper rate. Okay. So Saturday, it'll be 9 to 1. That's this Saturday, or week 4, Monday afternoon, 2 to 6. So you'll come to class Monday, 9 to 1. You'll get an hour for lunch and then come back at 2 for CPR. Okay. So let me get you your review sheets. Every class, I give you a review sheet. These review sheets will help sum up what we went over in class. And if you fill these out as we go, it makes a great study packet for when you're sitting in your car waiting to test. Okay. You're welcome. So they're double-sided. Oh my gosh, I couldn't have done that again if I tried. Wow. So every class you'll get a review sheet. If you don't happen to be able to come to class and you're joining us virtually, the review sheets are on flcnatraining.com. So if you look at your syllabus, right up here at the very top says flcnatraining.com. This is where the live stream is. So you can see it on YouTube too. But if you go to flcnatraining.com, it's right there in the middle of the page. You can join in without having to do anything. But the review sheets are actually below it. You can click and print out the review sheets. So those of you joining virtually, you have access to these review sheets as well. They're always on the wall there. So if you're missing any, you can pick one up as well. Okay. Did I go too fast for anyone? Is everybody planning on coming back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I will see you on Wednesday at 9. Remember, I don't get here too early. So if you're an early bird, go get a cup of coffee. I will be here at 9. I'll see you then. Till next time, guys. Happy caregiving.